that's not possible. Tell me, can you ever not scorn?
Cause I need somebody who will stand by me.
Yeah, yeah.
Through the good times and bad times, she will always be right there. Yeah.
So many days, everybody loves them. Tell me, yeah, yeah, the rain. No, no, this we know for sure. This we know for sure.
Can you stand the rain? Yeah. Love unconditional. I'm not asking much of you. No, no. Sing it.
Girl, to make it last.
I'll do whatever needs to be done. Done, done.
Cause I need some.
Happy Valentine's Day to you too. Thank you. I love you too.
When it's tough, she won't run. She will
Always, hey, be right there for me. Y'all like them notes? Y'all like, oh, 2 people left. They was like, I cannot stand this. I can't stand your voice. Get out of here.
I know all of these won't be perfect. So tell me, can you stand it?
For everybody that's in here, happy Valentine's Day. I hope y'all had a wonderful day today.
And no pressure from me, baby. 'Cause
I want you, and I need you, and I love. It's better than Grammys. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I try my best with my terrible voice. I try my best. We're gonna play one more. We're gonna play one more. I know y'all used to me playing the the gospel music and the Christian rap, but it's Valentine's Day. Y'all gonna get some R&B today.
have you ever loved someone?
Hey, so much you thought you'd die, giving so much of yourself. It seems the only way. Tell me what you want and I will give it to you. Put your hands up, hey, let's go, hey. Do you ever dream of a candy coated raindrops? What's going on, Tech Boy? Welcome to the stream. Oh, Jorge, he says Saint Valentine, pray for us though. Y'all got jokes, y'all funny though. We will be starting in 1 minute. We gonna start in 1-2 minutes. Now I know I found it in you. 'Cause you are don't you ever dream raindrops, you're the same, my candy rain. Oh, break it down now.
Candy coated raindrops.
Candy coated raindrops.
Candy coated.
I know y'all like it. I know y'all love my karaoke performance. I know y'all like it. You're not gonna get this ever again for a long time, which you'll probably love. Don't you ever dream coated raindrops, ay, my candy rain, oh my candy rain. Woo! I know y'all like that. I'll clap it up for myself. I don't care. Happy Valentine's Day, y'all. Welcome. Thank you for coming to hang out with me. For everybody that's free, which It's Tuesday. A lot of people are probably going to be free, but happy Valentine's Day to you. I hope you had a wonderful Tuesday. Let me put this back before I end up spilling the water and spilling everything. But yes, happy Valentine's Day. I had some people in here. Thank you for enjoying my my little karaoke performance. Said Nikki is something special. Hey, that's what happens. You come in late, you might miss something crazy, but that's why these are saved now. So if she ever wants to run through the playlist on live streams, she will see it. She will definitely see it. I already know y'all probably gonna tell everybody like, hey, rewind to the beginning. Rewind to the beginning. y'all missed everything. But yes, okay, it's Valentine's Day. So to start off the stream, I found a video. It says the story of Saint Valentine. Why not? It's Valentine's Day. Plus, he's a saint. So that's also religious. So why not? We gon' That's the logic, and I'm sticking to it. That's all my logic. But we gonna watch this. Oh, this is 22 minutes. Wait a minute. Hold on. We're not going to watch this. I'm about to find a different one. I swore on everything. I thought this said 12 minutes, not 22 minutes. That's a little long. Saint Valentine. There's another one I saw that was 5 minutes. I'll pull that one up. Here we go. Oh, and it's from the 700 Club. Perfect Christian content right there. Okay. We're going to watch this one. We're going to watch this one. This is the history behind Saint Valentine. For all of you that don't know, like me, we're going to learn together.
For many people, Valentine's Day is all about romance.
If you ask the person in the street, what does Valentine's Day mean to you? All it means is heart-shaped boxes of chocolates and a nice dinner with
Nikki,
your
happy
with your
Saint
beloved
Valentine's
and
Day.
sending
Oh,
cards
wait,
and so
Jorge's
forth.
came up.
And then if they didn't know about a Saint
Oh,
Valentine,
there's no
they
button
probably
for
wouldn't
Nikki's.
realize
All right,
that
well.
He was a priest in the
Happy Valentine's
late
Day anyways,
3rd
Nikki.
century
Welcome.
in
Thank you
Rome,
for
who
joining.
was actually martyred for the faith. Very often, legends will develop from real facts. There's that little phrase in J.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings where he says, history became legend and legend became myth.
The legend of Saint Valentine is a story that is rooted in fact.
There are 3 stories surrounding him, and they all agree on a number of issues. It seemed that he was born in 226 in a tiny little city called Terni in Umbria in Italy, and that he was either a priest or a bishop. Valentine apparently lived during the reign of the Emperor Claudius II. He's sometimes referred to as Claudius Gothicus. Now, this emperor did not reign for very long, maybe a year and a half. Rome at this point in time was really a cesspool of immoral behavior. Pedophilia was rife, sexual promiscuity was rife, and one of the great witnesses of the early church is that they stood.
Did y'all hear that? They said pedophilia was ripe and sexual immorality is ripe. They was basically just another Sodom and Gomorrah.
Up for the value of a godly marriage, where sexuality was channeled into its God-given
Marco,
boundaries,
welcome. Happy
and it could become
Valentine's
a
Day to you
witness
as
of what
well.
enduring
Welcome,
love could
welcome.
look like.
During his reign, Claudius issued an edict that made marriage illegal.
He was all about the sanctity. Oh, so that's who Saint Valentine was? Okay. It makes sense because the area he was in, they definitely were not about the sanctity of marriage. That's, ooh.
There was an invasion of Goths towards Rome, and they needed a lot of people to go to war. And it seemed that the rule was that once you were married, you were given freedom not to go to war. And Valentine would not only convert the people, but secretly marry them so that they could indeed stay at home.
Valentine was arrested and brought to Rome. While he was being held captive, he presented the gospel to his jailer, the judge Asterius.
So the judge said to him, well, if this indeed is true, I want you to prove it. And he brought one of his adopted daughters, who happened to be blind, the one legend says. And what happened is that Valentinus, or Valentine here, laid his hands upon this girl, and she was healed immediately.
Another legend says that before he was executed, he left a note for the girl signed, "Your Valentine." Some say this led to the practice of sending Valentines on February 14th, the day he was beheaded.
All the legends.
Yo, that's wild. the day we celebrate love and being with one another and stuff like that, he got beheaded. And all he wanted to do was like marry people and so they could stay home and not go to war. That's crazy. That is wild. We have the tech boy. He says, I saw a clip of a video I commented on saying Abeka was anti-science for teaching creationism and teaching facts like the slaves sang Christian songs. I also read that a Christian slave is better than a non-Christian free man. Tech boy, what were you reading? Like, what were you reading today? What did you come across? Nikki says, I kind of added him into my novenas today for healing for my family. I mean, technically, I guess this is his day, so that would make sense why you did that for today. That's still wild,
Seem to agree that Valentine was martyred on the 14th of February in 269.
Therefore, that was the day associated with him when the church would celebrate and thank God for his life.
No, oh, you said long E. I said novenas, so it's no Venus. I got you. You said a Becca history book was what you were reading? Okay. I just said that, Jorge. I said no Venus. Novena. Oh, novena. Why is it S there then? You know what? It's not English. And that's why I be messing up these words. Everything I be trying to read off being like Greek or Latin, and y'all be like, nah, it's pronounced this way.
So Valentine's Day didn't start out as a romantic holiday.
We do need to recognize that this day, the 14th of February, was already connected with Valentine from the 4th century, already from that time onward. And right from the beginning, this celebration had more to do than just a celebration of romantic love. And the church's commitment to Valentine to honor this example of Christian marriage and sacrifice and martyrdom and the healing of other people and the spread of the gospel was from the beginning a commitment to what Christian marriage could be like in our world and the message that it brings to a bride.
Also, I was right when I said the S.
Valentine's Day represents more than flowers and candy. It's about what's in our hearts and the heart of Christ.
When we see those hearts on Valentine's Day, we can remember that that heart also has some connections back to the heart of Jesus and to God's love for us. And we can remember that the source of all love and the source of self-sacrifice and love for each other is rooted in God's love and in the witness that St. Valentine actually made for that love.
For Christians, marriage is more than just a union between a man and a woman. For Christians, marriage is a holy parable of the love of Christ towards his church. It's a visible sermon about what holiness and purity could look like in our lives. We should celebrate what true sacrificial love looks like in a broken world. And ultimately, it should be a day that we celebrate the commitment of Christ who gave his life for his church. It should be a day of evangelism. It should be a day where we celebrate the power of true love to change our world. It is a Christian holiday.
I didn't know that. Well, now I need the thing with rainbow where it says the more you know, like doom doom doom. That's actually pretty cool. I did not know that at all, but that's crazy. He got beheaded though. Never hurts to know more knowledge. But okay, let's get to what Tech Boy wrote, because I saw it, but I want the rest of the video to play out since there's only a couple seconds left. Tech Boy says, what do you think? Is a Christian slave better than a non-Christian free man? I think that it is a good sentiment. Tech Boy came straight in here and was like, look, y'all got y'all happy Valentine's Day out the way? Okay, boom, let's get to the real stuff. Let's get to the real facts. Would the Christian slave, okay, let me toss something back at you. Would the Christian slave be how we view indentured slaves in the Bible? Or is it just like how slavery was here in America between like slave owners and like black people? What slave are you talking about? What slave are you talking about? Nikki says, it's been a beautiful day. I got to bless others with love, cards, gifts of time and effort made my heart full of God's love. Now that's beautiful. That's what's up, Nikki. That's what's up. That's how it should be. That's how it should be, for sure, for sure. I kind of did the same thing. I dropped a bunch of stuff off at the homeless shelter that's like downtown from where I live. So that was nice. And I took my mom with me too. I kind of needed her though. I need her truck. So she's gonna come regardless, considering it's her day off. But and Nikki said it's wonderful to learn about the saints, our Christian family alive in heaven, and the examples of their lives of faith. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I have a lot of saints to learn about, because when I did go to that church, and then when I was telling the story about how I was like spinning the thing, and then I saw Saint Nicholas, and I was like, Santa, like there's a lot of saints, and me spinning that thing around, that wasn't even all of them. It was just some of them that they had like turned into the cool little keychains. It looked like it was for kids so they could learn, because they had kind of like a brief synopsis of their story on the back. But yeah, I've enjoyed learning everything so far. But like I said, this whole journey, this is like nonstop learning. That's all this is. Tech Boy said, us slavery. Oof. So slavery in that sense. Well, at the end of the day, they're Christian. So when it comes their time to leave, we already know where they're going, versus the non-Christian free man. They may be free here, they're not going to be free in eternity. So I would say that the Christian slave would be better in terms if we're thinking on that level. I would say that. K-Elf said, I've enjoyed learning. Me too, K-Elf. Me too. This has been like a good journey. You said, on your free time, you should check out the Catholic Talk Show's episode on St. Valentine. Very good podcast. I will check that out on my free time, because I know their podcasts be going like over an hour and stuff. There's no way we can listen to this. His head is a first class relic. Does somebody have it? Does somebody actually have his head? I know when I saw the relics, I didn't see nothing crazy like that. Now, like what that one comedian say? She says that one church in like Italy or something had like a dude's head in a glass box. That sounds kind of crazy. That still sounds crazy to me. I don't know. The feeling I had at the Relic Church, where I was like, oh, this is wonderful. And like, I don't know if I would feel that seeing a head in a box. I don't know. Hey, my priest said to use the kids' stuff to learn about the saints too, because they're just so much. Yeah, it'd probably be an easier way to learn about it too, considering there's like so many of them. Yeah. And you agree with that fact, Tech Boy? Yeah. Yeah, like I said, we're looking at it on that level. I agree with that too. So it was in that short video. The Catholic thumbnail is classic. Why are you telling me that? Look, okay, I'm about to look this up. Here, Catholic Talk Show podcast. Oops, I spelled something wrong. Here it is. It says the Catholic origins of St. Valentine's Day, the Catholic Talk Show. Oh, this is from like 4 years ago. I don't see his head on here. Okay. You know what? That's good, because I really don't want to... Oh, relics? Okay. Because I'm about to say, boy, woof. Yeah, I have to look that up in my free time. Okay. But now that we looked at that, I want to show y'all something. Because I told you guys I live in Ohio. And I know by now y'all probably heard of the train derailment that happened in Ohio. Remember when I went to the Relic Church? That's in Pittsburgh, right? I have to pass a bunch of like small towns and areas to get to Pittsburgh. The day I went, the skies near a certain area when you got like halfway to Pittsburgh, so basically I was like an hour out. It was super dark in the sky and everything. I didn't think anything of it that time because, for one, the media didn't say anything about that train being derailed and them blowing it up and chemicals being in the air. And the weather report for that day said it was supposed to rain. So when I was driving, my mom happened to look up and she was just like, oh, it looked like it's about to start pouring down. It's dark over here. The whole time, like, it never rained. And then when we passed that area, it was still like cloudy in Pittsburgh, but not as dark as like an hour out from Pittsburgh, right? So I didn't think anything of it at that moment in time. Then Friday and Saturday talking about, oh, earlier this week the train derailed and all this stuff. And now we're like 10 days out from that. I passed the area where that happened at. Did not know none of that crap was going on at the time because I was on the freeway. I wasn't on like the back roads where that city is at. But that trail derailment, if I could find it, hold on. It's in my bookmarks, I think. Here it is. Do you guys see this? It talks about the train explosion that happened, but the contamination, not only with the wind is blowing east. So it's hitting all the states in this area. I live up here around Lake Erie, so I'm cool. My water's not contaminated with what's happening. However, the people's who water line comes from the Ohio River, all these states that are lit up is everybody that's drinking out of that water line, and this water line goes into the Mississippi River. So all these people are about to have contaminated water. All because the government thought it was a better idea to blow that up just so they can have access to the railway again, which is crazy if you think about it, which is wild. Because they came out and they were just like, oh yeah, everything's fine, everybody can go back. Everything is not fine down there. Animals are dying, the water is contaminated, like fish just keep popping up dead and everything. It's super contaminated. It's wild. It's wild, everything that's going on down there. And you guys see this? This is the smoke cloud from when they blew that train up. And all of this cloud and smoke and everything, it's going east. So it's hitting all the eastern states. So they're getting hit with all this in the air. And then the water line I showed you, all those people are getting hit with the water line. So it's wild. It is completely wild. You said the states in blue? Yeah, so if you look at this, everything that's lit up. So the pink, the yellow, the blue, the green, this yellow orange right here. All of this, all their water is affected right now. All their water is contaminated. So, yeah, it's crazy. Somebody said happy birthday. Who birthday is it? Who did I miss? Hey, uppercut grandma, happy birthday! Ooh, you a Valentine's Day baby. We know what your parents were doing that day. To get you. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But happy birthday. Can you gift me a swear or wisdom? Well, I don't swear. And I'm not going to break that rule for you just because it's your birthday. I can give you some wisdom. I don't even know how old you are. So I don't even know if my wisdom would make sense. Because if you're older than me, I don't have any wisdom to give. But if you are younger than me, all I can say is cherish your time with those that's closest to you. Because you never going to get that time back. Once they leave up out of here or you leave, whatever it is, you never get that time back, and all the memories that y'all make together is worth more than anything else in this world. I promise you that. I promise you that. A controlled chemical fire, man-made. Yeah, that's exactly what they did. They talking about it was the best option, but it's like you're killing people. I don't know how best of an option that is. And then they're lying to people, talking about, oh, everything is safe, but then you got all these environmental agencies still testing everything down there and doing stuff, and it's like, if it's so safe, why are you down here? Why are you down here? It's crazy. Thank you for the information. Yeah, because mainstream media is not talking about this, like, at all. They're just like, y'all are okay. Y'all are not okay. None of y'all are okay. And I have to remember this now, because even though I live in an area that's not affected, I'm close, but I'm not affected. If I start going down to southern Ohio for any reason, or if I start going to Indiana or Kentucky, Tennessee, whatever, I have to keep a mental note to not drink their water. And also keep a mental note of like to be cautious of the food I'm eating down there, because everything is contaminated at this point. The government trying to take out the food and water supply. I promise you that. And if Susan clips this stream right now, that means I'm right. That means I'm right. A bird in the bush is worth two in the hand. That's some more wisdom for you, uppercut grandma. That's some more wisdom. Yeah, they didn't think about that at all. They were just like, oh, we just needed we needed to clear the railway so we can have use of it again. It's like, yeah, but you just blew all these chemicals into the air. None of that made sense. Yeah, Amen saying, sow with the love into the soul of your life, which are your relationships. Yep, facts. Facts. And then, hold on, because I'm trying to scroll. There's a video where somebody breaks this down very well. Here it is. We're going to watch this video real quick. It's like right under 3 minutes long, so it's not that long.
This hasn't been getting a lot of coverage, and the coverage that it has been getting hasn't been very good. So let's talk about the trail derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. East Palestine's about an hour north of Pittsburgh, almost halfway to Cleveland. Norfolk Southern has a rail line that goes right.
Whoa.
That it has been getting hasn't been very good. So
Why
let's
did
talk
that
about
happen?
the trail derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. East Palestine's about an hour north of Pittsburgh, almost halfway to Cleveland. Norfolk Southern has a rail line that goes right through town, and this derailment happened right on the edge outside of town on the border of PA and Ohio. Of the cars that crashed, 5 of them contained vinyl chloride. It's a monomer used to make PVC. The reporting on this has gotten vinyl chloride confused with polyvinyl chloride, the polymer made out of vinyl chloride. Now, the reason that this distinction is really important is vinyl chloride is very hazardous and very flammable. Polyvinyl chloride is a plastics that's used in like everything. The other thing about vinyl chloride is that it boils at 8 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's shipped in its liquid form. Meaning that when these trains crashed and these started leaking, they weren't just leaking liquid, but they were spewing boiling gas. So vinyl chloride is really toxic. OSHA has the permissible limit of how much you can be exposed to it during an 8-hour shift as a 1 ppm part per million, average over 8 hours. So prior to this, the biggest spill of this chemical was in New Jersey, where one train car and about 23,000 gallons of vinyl chloride were spilled, but it didn't catch on fire. Now, this crash in Ohio has 5 train cars. These kinds of tanker cars can carry between 25 and 33,000 gallons. Let's call it 250 to 250,000 pounds of vinyl chloride. That's per train car, 5 train cars. There's maybe 1 million pounds of this toxic chemical spilling into the ground and also boiling off into the air. But then it caught on fire. I think this is where the reporting is really bad, because no one is mentioning what the byproduct of vinyl chloride burning is. Of the many byproducts of burning vinyl chloride, one of them is hydrogen chloride. Hydrogen chloride is really unstable and latches onto water, like just water vapor in the atmosphere, and that turns into hydrochloric acid. So right now, government officials from the railroad, both the governor of Pennsylvania and Ohio, are calling burning off the 1 million pounds of this stuff a success, but not mentioning that it means that we have hundreds of thousands of pounds of acid in the air, potentially. Now, ever since engineering school, I've studied a lot of industrial accidents. I just find it really fascinating, and organizations like the Chemical Safety Board, NTSB, and OSHA all have like really good reports available to the public. I think as a designer, it's really good to learn about mistakes. When looking at these kinds of industrial disasters across time, there are a couple things that are pretty universal across all of them. One, the responsible party, in this case, Norfolk Southern Railway, always plays down the reality of the situation. Politicians also just repeat the same lines, and then news outlets just repeat the same. So all we are hearing is the responsible party's words.
Yep. Pretty much. And that's what's been happening. Journalists who's been trying to like get the truth, they've been getting arrested while they're down there, which is wild. And as you guys see, mainstream media is not talking about it. Now, once it started getting a few little buzzwords where people were just like, hey, what's going on in Ohio? How come nobody's covering it? Next thing you know, there's a train derailment in South Carolina, and then there's a train derailment in Texas. And it's like, why did y'all do that? Why did y'all do it? And they those derailed, but like they didn't blow stuff up and do things. They kind of just derailed the trains. It's trying to make it seem like it's a normal thing, right? It's not normal. This should not be happening. It's actually pretty crazy. But like I said, they're trying to I think personally they're trying to tamper with the food supply and the water supply, because once that's messed up, that's how you can control people. That's how you can easily control people. Because you got to think about how many meat factories have been blowing up recently, right? Just random fires blowing up. Chicken farms, the biggest chicken farms and egg farms magically just blowing up and catching fire. Nobody knows who's doing this. Why is all that happening now? Now the water's contaminated. You have a large chunk of the U.S. with that contaminated water line now. All of this is on purpose. All of this is purposeful. And then Biden's not talking about it. He's not talking about anything. And then you have the Secretary of Transportation, instead of talking about this, he's talking about how more white people, how less white people should be in construction. Who cares? What does that have to do with anything? Like, talk about this. This is like serious right now. But hey, what do I know? You know, what do I know? I'm just a crazy YouTuber. That's all. You said we need more black people building homes. All right, Biden, whatever you say. Most people in construction are literally like Hispanic. They're actually minorities. It's Hispanic and other minorities. Like, we outnumber the white guys. So to sit there and be like, we need less white guys doing this. That sounds kind of racist. He's just like, we're too good for this. We need all the minorities building these homes. All the white people need to do other things. Oh yeah, and the UFOs. Honestly, I'm gonna be real with you, KF. I think that's a distraction. Cause how do we go from that little Chinese spy balloon? They let that fly around for days before taking that shot. Cause they were like, it's too safe to shoot over a state. We gotta wait till it goes over a body of water. Yet more stuff has been seen, and they just been shooting that on sight, taking it down over states. And it's like, so these are cool to take down and shoot, but that one specifically, too dangerous to shoot, and you had to wait till you got over water. I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all. They're lying to us about something. Something is happening, and all of this is a distraction. All of this is. I'm so grateful now that many of my friends are asking me to help them these past few weeks. Mary, undoer of all the knots, is unraveling the knots of Satan in my family life, and quickly, y'all. Ooh, that's what's up, Nikki. That's what's up. That means they're finally taking notice of you, and they're like, oh, I want to change my life around too and be just like Nikki. That's what's happening. The most common pray the rosary, the more God moves me into his purposes. Yeah. Speaking of the rosary, I have to talk to Kyle, I guess the next time me and him talk, but on his live stream when he said he wanted to catch up about how my mom's been praying with the rosary. She said she looked up a video. I guess some nun has a video on how to like properly pray using the rosary. Cause you know, we're Protestants, we have no idea. And she said she's still trying to figure it out. She's just, cause you know, she ain't never did it before. And she said it's a lot. So once she finally figures that out and can do it, like memorize it and do it, she's gonna get back to me on that. But ain't that crazy, y'all? Took my mama to a Catholic church and now we doing Catholic things. It's wild. It's wild. But all right, let's hop into this next video. If you need something funny and quick, Too Far with Laura has some great videos. Just pick your pick. They're short and funny. Okay, hold on. Let me get that queued up just for like extra videos for today. Because I got some, but they're not like, you know. Too Far with Laura. I'm assuming it's Too Far with Laura Horn. Yeah, because it's the only one popping up. Whoa, 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 lady, hold on. Mute. Okay. We'll pop into these after we watch this one. This one's kind of long. But I think it's interesting. That's why I want us to watch it. Louis, hold on, what does it say? Louis de Montfort is the one I'm reading on the rosary. It's lit. Ooh, look at you. Look at you using the Gen Z lingo. It's lit. You said Laura made me pee my pants this morning. We definitely gonna check into that. Let's watch a little bit of this first. So this is from Vice. I know what you're thinking. Why did I pick this? I picked this because this young gentleman right here in the suit, you notice how he's the only one on the panel with a suit on? For whatever reason, Vice, when they do these debates, it's supposed to be more balanced. So you're supposed to have liberals and conservatives on these debates. He's the only conservative here. Everybody else is very liberal. And I saw a clip where they all freaked out and him saying some very common sense stuff. And I was like, no, we have to watch this because ain't no way all of them are this crazy. Also, this one right here up front with the purple hair that you guys can see. I don't know if you guys remember. I don't know if it was me reacting to Libs of TikTok or Clown World, one of those videos. She has a video on there where she was just like, we gotta separate ourselves from these white people. See, I can't even say it how she says it. She says it's so gross and nasty. The whole video, I was like, ugh, this sounds horrible. And it was right after I did that right after the video of the Christian woman wouldn't have sex with her husband. And I was getting comments from that video was like, don't ever say smash again. I don't like that word. And I'm like, what are they talking? I didn't even say it that much in that video. Then I saw her video, but like every other word was her saying white really weird. And it sounded so gross to my ears. I was like, is that what y'all heard when I said smash? I apologize. I was like, I apologize. I'm so sorry. But let's see what they have to say. It's gonna be
Nancy
fun.
Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, the entire Democrat basically caucus in Congress literally bent the knee to George Floyd and to Black Lives Matter. They quite literally did that.
And that was a bad thing?
I think it was a stupid thing.
Are they filming us for like B-roll?
Stand by.
So you see this says Vice invited Asian Americans on the left and the right to discuss their political and social ideologies. But according to him right there, he said he was the only one on the right. So that has to be false. That has to be a false statement.
All right, here we go. You guys feeling ready?
It's happening.
Hi, and welcome to our conversation about what it means to be Asian American. I'm Krishna. My parents came here from India. I was born here. So I identify as South Asian American or Asian American. And I just wanted to call out that, you know, we're talking about the largest continent on the planet with multiple countries, ethnicities, sub-ethnicities within it. So we did our best to try to get a diverse mix of opinions and backgrounds on this panel, but you can't get everyone's opinion. So as we start, I want to get a quick poll. How many of you guys think the term Asian American is useful? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got a couple 50-50s. What about if we were to add Asian American Pacific Islander? I guess I'm curious to hear why, and maybe the way we can do that is going around the room and talking about who we are, where we came from, and what that term means to us, and what you think it might mean to the rest of the world. So.
I'm Yuling, and I would identify myself as an Asian American. I feel really strongly about being an immigrant. I'm first gen, or I say first and a half gen, because I was born in China, and then we immigrated to New York and then to San Francisco. And I think that like the term Asian American is complicated because it applies to so many different identities, ethnicities, and cultures. It's a helpful term when you don't really know what else to you kind of just like lump everybody into like one term, and I don't think there's any issue with it being Asian American and Pacific Islander either, because that's just more inclusive in my opinion.
So there's a sense of community amongst people from different cultures?
Yeah, I think it's difficult because like you can't really put it into words. It's applicable to such a wide range of things, and like, you know, we're not a monolith.
It's complex.
Yes.
Yovan.
I was born in Manila, Philippines.
Interesting. And what does that heritage mean to you?
You know, I'm a little conflicted because sometimes I just want to be American. I don't want to specify the fact that I'm Asian, but at the same time, it's like someone looks at you, they're going to say that you're Asian, so you say you're Asian American. I don't like the idea of separating the Pacific Islander just because for so long I was told I wasn't Asian, that I was a Pacific Islander. I just think it's all encompassing we are Asian.
Micah.
I feel very prideful about the Asian Pacific Islander. I live in San Diego now, but I'm originally from Honolulu, Hawaii, and my dad's born and raised from Kona. I am so close with my family. Just growing up, it's hard to explain, but being from Hawaii, like the aloha spirit is real. Being around your family, having that common
Saying, do any of these peoples not speed talk word salad? The guy in the suit's gonna be the only one that's not gonna give us word salad. He's gonna be the only one that gives us some common sense. This guy on the end didn't say anything. He didn't raise his hand for any of that. He could potentially be the other guy from the right. Potentially. I'm not 100% sure. Because according to him, he said he was really the only one there. So it's gonna be a long one. it's gonna be a long one.
and courtesy for community.
Also, yes, Jorge. He's like, dude, it's not that hard. You live in America, hence you're American. Thank you. It's that simple. It's really that simple. I don't know why they're complicating it. You're American. That's all it is. If you were born, like how she said she was born in China or wherever she said she was born, if people be like, oh, are you blah, 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 she could just be like, oh, no, I'm actually Chinese. But the fact that she said she was born and then they immigrated over, she might have immigrated over as a baby. So it's just like, you're American anyways.
It's just something that I'm really proud of.
And you feel like, as it relates to Asian American and Pacific Islander, these are two things that kind of go together in some ways?
Yeah, they do. They do.
How?
So the thing about Hawaii is that it's a really huge collection of different types of ethnicities, and there's a lot of Asian influence in Hawaii as well. A lot of different people who are there are from Korea, China, Japan, and so I just consider them family as well.
Well, good to meet you. Tell me about yourself, Vince.
Genetically, I'm a quarter Italian, 75% Vietnamese, but I am really with Teddy Roosevelt on this one. I don't believe in the hyphenated American thing. I identify as American. I consider myself an American. Sure, genetically, I'm mostly Asian. I don't go around thinking I'm an Asian American because I think that, especially considering the fact that America today is increasingly a more and more diverse country, which is what it is, the only way that's going to hold together is if people can, to some extent, all identify as being part of the same nation, part of the same creed to an extent. I mean, that's just the way I would view it.
Vish, you're up.
Yeah, Jorge, I agree with you. Like if I want to just be, it's like, yeah, I'm Christian, but what else are you? American? What are you really? It's like, if you really want to dig that hard, black, I guess, but I just told you I'm American. So, like, I'm with you. Because at that point, it's like, we just American. It just is what it is. Are you American Christian or Christian American? That was actually kind of funny. Yeah, Nikki says, I'm Catholic first, family second, American third. Yeah, you see, Nikki didn't even put ethnicity up in there. She was like, Catholic, family, American. You said you read that somewhere? American Christian or Christian American? I've never heard that before. I thought you was just making a joke.
I'm 100% Hindu Indian American. I was born in Brooklyn. My parents.
I'm 100% Indian American. With that said, I was born in Brooklyn. Sir, you're American. you're literally American.
Are from India. I personally just describe myself as American. I find,
Thank you.
like Vince said, you know, the hyphenated American thing, I think it's by definition divisive when you're dividing the identity. I prefer to call myself American. I don't call myself Indian American, Asian American, though when people ask, like, oh, well, what are you? I'll say, well, I'm of Indian heritage, but I was born in Brooklyn.
Yes.
I probably.
Okay, yeah, he might be the other right side of the fence with Vince. They got to be the only ones at this point.
I identify as Asian American. I also like my experience. My mom is from Japan. She immigrated to America. So I do truly feel that I am a part of the Asian American experience where, you know, at home, it's a Japanese household. It's a Japanese culture because I was predominantly also raised by my mom too. And then also we happen to live.
Tech Boy said, hold on. Tech Boy said, Hindu is not an ethnicity. And then he said, I identify as white. Look, Tech Boy, I identify as a billionaire. I just need to figure out what bank to get the money from. Because I want my funds now. I need them now. Because that's what I identify as. KL said, love and respect to all. I'm just attempting to sort things out and learn. We all are, KL. We all are. We all are. This journey, we're going to learn until the day we die.
Live in America, and I think there is a very unique perspective in that. As well as I'm a proud Asian American, I'm a proud Black American too. I'm a proud biracial American, and I think there is definitely also a need for us to be able to say Asian American, especially because we are often seen as not American or not American enough. But then you go back to Asia, and they're like, oh, you're so American. So it's just like, well, who am I?
Being between cultures in a way, or straddling cultures, being part of two cultures.
Yeah, being part of two cultures. I'm Asian, I'm American, I'm Asian American.
Well, nice to meet you. Joyce.
So I'm a Taiwanese Asian American. I identify as Asian American, but at the same time, I think the term Asian American and Asian Pacific Islander, they have to be separated because when we go to colleges and apply to get in, we're on different socioeconomic pathways. So actually the term Asian Pacific Islander would actually get you in more than someone just does East Asian, because I believe now they separate the two.
Well, there's a lot to unpack there, and I think that's what we'll try to do today. But it's good to meet you. I guess this is a funny question, but like, do you think the average American, when meeting you, would be like, oh yeah, you're Taiwanese?
No, they think I'm Chinese, Japanese, or Korean, but basically I'm Asian. They always ask where am I from because of the way I look.
And they ask like, where are you really from?
Yes, yes. And I'm like, always, I'm American.
I get that a lot too. Ellen.
Tech Boy says, I'm Black, I'm proud. The two statements are entirely separate. I'm Black and I'm proud. And I said, wait, hold on, where did I get that from? What TV show said that? I can't remember. I can't remember. There's like a whole line that comes from. It's gonna come to me at the weirdest time. I'm gonna be asleep and I'm gonna wake up at 2 in the morning and be like, that's what it was from. And it's gonna be a waste because like I'm not gonna be streaming anymore.
Hi, my name is Ellen. I'm Korean American.
This is the chick from TikTok that kept saying, white people. I can't even say it how she said it. She used so much emphasis with her throat. It hurt my throat when I tried to do it last time.
Came from Korea when I was 8 years old, got on a plane by myself, not speaking a word of English. Didn't know white people were real. For me, it was huge culture shock. My parents had already immigrated, so I was joining them. I like to be identifying myself as a Korean American woman, and I recognize the importance of Asian American Pacific Islander. Definitions are always constantly changing as we as society constantly evolving. I don't like to just consider myself American because when anybody in this country looks at me, they don't just see American. They always see Asian first. Instead of using that as a thing that holds me back, I say it proudly. And it's taken time to accept my identity, to really know that that's sort of an umbrella term to open the door into the conversation. I know it's not possible to encompass all of us because Asia's so big, right? But in order for us to be seen and heard, we have to start somewhere, so I think it's a good term for that.
Ziad.
I'm Ziad. I use he, him pronouns.
Also, this guy right here, let's talk about him for a second. He got into like some Ivy League school, right? Because you know you have to write the papers to get into the colleges, right? Well, they choose you based on the paper you write, especially if you go to an Ivy League school. He wrote Black Lives Matter. It was like hashtag Black Lives Matter. He just copy and pasted it like 100 times in a row or some crap. That was his paper, and they picked him. So at the time when that news article came out, I was like, how? How did that happen? Mommy or daddy must have wrote the biggest check of their lives because ain't no way you wrote that as an acceptance paper and you got in for it, right? Turns out his daddy does, like, he's like multi-millionaire, right? He comes from money. He had a like crazy rich upbringing. You're going to hear this guy right here say some wild, he's grifting pretty much. He's going to say the biggest grifting crap ever in this episode. Because I already saw a clip of him tripping. And when I realized who he was, I'm like, sir, you're rich. What are you talking about? You just on here capping for no reason.
And I am Bangladeshi American and I'm Asian American. The reason why I is lukewarm about the term Asian American insofar as its usefulness is that I don't actually often refer to myself as Asian American despite like fully believing that I am, because to Yuling's point, oftentimes I think people have a perception of what Asian American looks like, right? And sometimes that leaves out South Asians, sometimes that leaves out Central Asians, sometimes that leaves out huge parts of the world. Me personally, like I lean into my hyphenated identities, right? I am American and I am Muslim and I am Bangladeshi and I am Asian, right? And I am all of these things at once, and I'm not one more than the other, but I take pride in all of these things. And I think that for me, I find power in that insofar as when I look at this country, I think it is so damaging, right? So saddening that sometimes this country makes us choose.
I mean, something.
So K-Elf says, did they get paid for the show? No. The only reason I know that is because when we did the episode when like Pearl and Sydney Watson was on there, they didn't get paid. Vice just asked you to come out. You spend like hours there doing a full debate, and then Vice condenses it down to like 45 minutes. And they don't get paid to do this at all. This is just good promo for whatever your brand is. And Nikki says Black and Proud came from the Black Panthers. Yeah, no, I know that. There's like a comedy like show from like the 90s or maybe early 2000s. They used that, but it was like a funny line that came after it, and I can't remember what it was.
What you point out is that we kind of all have a dual consciousness or are dual citizens of this country and the world.
You're
Which
gonna
is
be
say we
on
go
here.
home, we might have a different
And we
culture, a
gonna be
different food, a
reviewing
different
your
language that we
crazy
speak. We go to school, and we have friends who might not share or understand what that language culture is, and we have a desire to both be true to the heritage, but then also be accepted, successful, and otherwise in the non-Asian American world that we live in. Assimilation. Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Is it a burden? Is it an opportunity?
Assimilation, I think I would define that as, in part, I think necessary to an extent because we are forced to in order to navigate this country. So.
Come on, they can't have a Gen Z tech blogger. Depends what they're talking about. Because you're also very religious and you hold true to what you've been taught so far. So if they ever have an episode where it's like Christians versus non-Christians, you're young enough, if you have enough relevance for like a Vice, whoever does their selections, if they pick you out, go for it. Now you're gonna be extremely frustrated with the people you're talking to, but go for it.
So I would say learning the language, learning how to like properly behave, for example. That's in part kind of assimilation, making sure that you are
in line.
kosher in this society. And I think in part that means survival.
I think assimilation is not just a great thing, it's a necessary thing. No society can hold together where people have nothing in common, they don't speak the same language, they don't practice the same things. And you may look at something like just food habits or what you eat and think that's fairly frivolous, but the truth of the matter is that on a broader level, when we're talking about more big picture things, differences in race, culture, religion, all these things, people have fought wars, violent wars, killed each other over these things for thousands of years. If America is to hold together, assimilation, not just good or bad, necessary. I don't think it's going to be possible for America to survive as a stable, functioning society if people don't, to some degree, say, well, here's what we're going to commonly agree upon.
But who gets to choose it?
The majority culture, I suppose.
And what's
The
majority culture?
The people with power.
And who's people with power?
Who's people with power?
White people.
Well, I don't know if that's.
I'm gonna say it.
Yeah.
White people. It's okay.
I don't know if that's necessarily so true. I mean,
Wait, can you
look
unpack?
at?
Yeah.
I don't.
Who has the power? White people. You're literally sitting next to like a multi-millionaire who's not white. How crazy is that? How crazy is that? White people got all the power. Sure, whatever you say. You said I went to toe against the verge, I will destroy them. I already know you don't care. Like, I already know. You got blocked for telling somebody abortion was not it. So I already know you'd get under their skin very easily.
I don't think a particularly white quote-unquote interest controls things like
in America.
Pop culture.
Do you believe white supremacy exists?
I think there are people who believe in it. I think there's people who all believe that their race is superior.
So you don't believe in white supremacy?
Do you believe America is a white supremacist state?
No, not at all.
And not found.
No white supremacist state would even like allow us to be doing this. Like I don't understand. It's a white supremacist. There's just KKK people walking. Actually, I go around New York City. I notice that like I guess Brooklyn a little bit different. Most of the people here are not white and they're doing their thing. So I don't understand.
What does doing their thing mean to you?
Going to work.
Are they making? Are they making the same amount of money? Are they getting the same access to opportunities?
I think they're getting great access to opportunity.
Please unpack it. Are they equivalent?
This guy, this is crazy. He just said, what's doing their thing? You know, going to work. Oh, so they're getting the same opportunity to make money? Yes. Yes, they are. Everybody has the same opportunity to make money and get as rich as you want because it is literally America. You would know that, my guy, if you weren't grifting right now, because he does know it. Your father is literally a multimillionaire. You grew up rich. You're not white. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, they are dogpiling on him. It's like, as soon as he said that, they're just like, oh, let me tell you why you're wrong and why everything is white people's fault. That is literally what they just did. I don't think these people realize the difference between nationalism and supremacy. Yeah, they don't. They don't. You gotta remember, these are the same people that will call you a Nazi because you don't agree with their opinion. So if you sit there and be like, oh, I believe that Section 8 should be like temporary until you get back on your feet and then you should like get off of it after a couple months. The goal is to do better, not stay on it. They'll sit there and be like, that's that Nazi thinking right there. And you're like, what? Nazi thinking? Who did I kill? Who did I kill? This feels like an interrogation I had at school when I ran for president. Did they really do this to you at school? Oh, I feel sad for the next generation. Yeah, suit guy doesn't follow the narrative. They will attempt to crush him. You already see it. They're trying to take him down so hard right now.
Are communities and communities that are leading culture, to your point, because you pointed to popular culture as something where, in your view, white people don't have the power, when the reality is it is the white executives who are profiting off of and exploiting predominantly black and brown bodies for their financial gain to then parade to us and tell us that we're thriving, when the reality is it is women of color, and it is black folks, and it is Asian American folks, and it is Hispanic folks, and it is people from marginalized communities who are disproportionately being impacted by every adverse thing that society is facing, while the few at the top who don't represent our communities are profiting. There are massive disparities based on race, based on class, based on gender, based on all of these things that shouldn't exist.
Well, nobody denies that there's disparities or that.
Well, let's have Vince.
What was that? Nah. What was that? What was that? You said, yup, the students always ask me about abortion, BLM, LGBTQ, like Ben Shapiro speed. Yo, tech boy, good luck, man. Your generation, it gets worse as the generations go down. Cause trust me, my grandparents' generation did not act like my generation, and in your generation, it just keeps getting worse and worse as the generations go down. It don't get better. Suit guy is Vincent Dow, and he spoke facts. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. I actually started following him after I saw the clips from this, cause like everything he says is just mwah. It's perfect, and they really dogpiling on him because of it. Yeah, the dude that's talking the most crap. These people have all the power. We don't have any money. Literally a multimillionaire. Literally a multimillionaire. It's crazy. The word disproportionate should be banned.
Or that, I think the question is, do they exist because of supposed white supremacy? And when I look at the fact that, you know, virtually every corporation and institution bends the knee to diversity, celebrates every single Heritage Month, you know, has all these programs, every single one toe the line for Black Lives Matter. I don't look at that and say, I don't look at that and say conservative white people are in power in this country. As a matter of fact, I'd argue to a large extent, you can talk about, you know, what race or whatever people are, but is like a supposedly conservative white interest in power in America. I would honestly say I think it's the opposite of that.
I want to clarify one thing. You can be liberal and still a white supremacist, right?
Yes.
Like, I would be very clear,
Absolutely.
right? That it doesn't necessarily mean conservative white power is the predominant folks in power. I think it could span a lot of political ideologies and still have these things embedded in how you govern.
Did he just say you can be a liberal and a white supremacist? So, let's unpack that for a minute. Because liberals throw that term around just so loosely to just anybody. So in that case, not only do y'all think not only do they think they can be white supremacists, they also think we can be white supremacists. So in their minds, everybody is a white supremacist at that point. Everybody's a white supremacist in their mind. Oh, that's crazy. Liberals can be white supremacists too. So it's everybody's fault. It's everybody's fault.
And how you lead and how you make decisions.
Okay.
However, when you talk about bending the knee, that is a wild way, I think, to look at society finally trying in some ways to right the wrongs of its ills.
It's not so wild. I mean, even like your supposedly white politicians, you look at what they did in 2020, they quite literally bent their knee. Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, the entire Democrat, basically, caucus in Congress, literally bent the knee to George Floyd and to Black Lives Matter. Like, they quite literally did that.
And that was a bad thing?
I think it was a stupid thing. I think it was just ridiculous pandering to a terrorist movement ran by.
Black lives do not matter?
I do think that Black Lives Matter. I don't support the movement known as Black Lives Matter.
Do you ever say all lives matter?
Of course. As a Christian, I absolutely believe
all lives matter.
Absolutely.
Well, let me.
Why are they so mad? Oh, so do you believe all lives matter? As a Christian, yes, I believe all lives matter. There it is. It's like, why does that bother you? All lives do matter. Your life isn't worth more than mine. We're equal. Ain't they the main ones? This is something I never understood either. Aren't they the main ones that be talking about, they want equality and stuff, and then they're just like, well, it's not just equality. We want equity. We want everybody to be the same and on the same playing field and at the same level. This guy's basically saying that. He's just like, yeah, all our lives are equal and we all should be doing the same thing. There it is. There it is. Nobody wants to listen to what you gotta say. They straight dogpiled that guy. That's crazy. Yeah, their narrative evolves to the story, flipping facts by the second. Amateur grifters in the making. Yeah, the grifting is wild. It's super wild. Tech Boy says, I love this guy. Yeah. You should follow him on Twitter. That's where I follow him at. I follow his YouTube channel too. I'll make sure to go to his page and stuff if you guys don't find it before the video's over. And then Nikki, oh, what is this? Feed the hungry, give drink to the thirsty, clothe the naked, shelter the homeless, visit the sick, visit those imprisoned, bury the dead. These are works of corporal mercy every Christian is called. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, we are. Based on what Nikki said, I'm gonna actually leave this up for a second. I said this at the beginning of the stream yesterday, but I only think like 2 or 3 people are in there, so I don't know if everybody, I doubt everybody saw it. But talking to Haley Luya, she told me and another YouTuber that's in that Catholic Discord, she was like, you guys should think about starting a locals. Now, mind you, I didn't really know what locals was. I've heard of it because like people who use Rumble have it, but I've never actually clicked on one to see what it is. I guess it's kind of like Patreon. If I was to start one and go down that path of having a locals on top of like still doing YouTube, I think what I would do with that money specifically is it would just go to charity, right? And I don't even know if I would keep a percentage of it. That's something I guess I'd have to think about. But a lot of that would go to charity. I know that for a fact. Most of that would go to charity. And you see, I said most. So if I was to do something like that for like, I don't even know how much it costs either. This is something I really gotta look into. But if I was to do that, the plan would be every Monday and Tuesday I would still stream. Wednesday and Friday, you would get one video, but it would be like a good quality video where the editing would be way better and stuff. Instead of me dropping 3 videos a day, the editing would be way better. The thumbnails would look way nicer than what the quick stuff I've been just putting up because I'm doing like 3 videos a day. And then Sundays, I would still do a Church Sundays episode, but that would be a little bit better too. I would still have to figure out how to make production on that better, but that would be better. And then the thumbnails for that would be better as well. And then through locals, like whenever they do their payouts, I guess, because I don't know how any of that works. Whatever money is obtained, I will then do a video showing you guys me doing the charity of whatever we decide to do. But I really want to do stuff for like, I want to like buy stuff to drop off at like the homeless shelters. If I could figure out how to do a food drive or maybe link up with the food bank in my city, get a bunch of food to do the food drives. When school comes back around, maybe a backpack drive. So get like a bunch of backpacks, fill it with all the school supplies, and then give them out to the kids that need it. Maybe hold it like at a school or something. If that's something you guys are interested in, I can look into creating one, and then we'll just make the content like that moving forward. So everything will still be here on YouTube, and I guess it goes over there as well. But I guess because it's like a Patreon, I can add extra content to it as well. I gotta look into that, but that's kind of, I've been thinking about that ever since Haley brought that up. So if you guys think that's a good idea and you're just like, yeah, I'll pay the $5 a month because it's going to charity or whatever, cool. But that, I'm gonna leave that in y'all hands. I will leave that in y'all hands for sure. Oh, Kyle's up in here. Hold on now. I didn't even know you were in here, my guy. You said locals is cool. I love it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to really look into that because I've been thinking about that a lot since she mentioned it. Because I really want to do something. And what you said as well, when you said how Team C's does it. Because I looked into that more because I was like, what is Team C's? And that's Mr. Beast and like some other guy linked up to do all that. Because they did the one with the trees too. So they did the ocean, they cleaned the ocean, and they planted all the trees. But it looks like they just partnered up with like 2 charities. Then it was like, hey, all the money we make is just gonna go to y'all 2, split evenly down the line. So that's something I would have to figure out because I'm not big enough to like plant in each city to work. And a lot of these homeless shelters, it's not like each city has the same homeless shelter. I think it's like Salvation Army and Goodwill, but my only issue with them, most of their money does not go back out to the community. I think out of all the money they get from donations and stuff, what was it? It was like 10 or 15% actually goes out to the community, which is horrible. The homeless shelter I went to today, I think 86% of like the money and stuff that they get actually goes to servicing the homeless, and the rest of that goes to like paying the bills and utilities and stuff. Those people actually don't take a salary that work there. So I want to work with organizations like that because it sounds like they just doing that from the bottom of their heart. You know, they're not trying to take a. It ain't like Goodwill where they just like, yeah, I need to make $1 million a year to do this. They just do it because they want to do it. But let's get back up.
Let me put this back into some more concrete terms. So I guess to try to.
And Jorge, you said this last time, Jorge. You said Catholic charities are really great. I'm gonna have to look at that's the homeless shelter I went to today. They're actually a Christian-based homeless shelter. So not only do they help people, they offer lodging and assistance. They actually help these people get back onto their feet and get them jobs. So they don't. So it's like you're not staying there long term and you're not staying on the street. They're getting their lives together and stuff, right? And they're getting them placed into apartments and everything. And they also do prayer with these people and stuff as well. So it's like really amazing. Saying, do you know of Pastor Corey Brooks' Project Hood? I'm not sure. I could be thinking of something else entirely right now. I literally could be thinking of something else, but let me pull this up to see if this is what I am thinking of. Illinois, this might be what I'm thinking of. Welcome to Project Hood, helping others obtain destiny. I need to see what y'all do. Here it is, what we do. At Project Hood, we provide mentorship, training, and community for residents. I'm thinking of something else then. I might be thinking of something else then. Cause there's something else in Chicago, but it's like a community food bank thing. So this guy, he puts actual refrigeration units outside buildings, and if you're in the community, you can fill it up with food, and then who is ever in need, they can just go and grab as they need. I thought that's what you were talking about, but this is actually something different. Let me bookmark this. I'm gonna have to look into this. Because I'm not from Chicago, but that is like 6 hours from me, so that wouldn't be, if I ever wanted to go one weekend or something, it wouldn't be that far of a stretch to like drive out there. If I really wanted to take the drive, I would definitely have to spend the night, but if I wanted to take that drive, I could do that. The rooftop pastor. I work with Catholic charities in grade school, so even as an atheist, I saw they were good peeps. They actually had you guys doing that in grade school? We never had to do that. Like actually working charities and stuff. Then again, you're from a different generation from me. I'm telling you, like I told Tech Boy, the generation's getting worse and worse. It gets worse and worse as it goes along. They don't even do that no more. What's going on, John? Happy Valentine's Day. You said happy St. Valentine's Day. We actually watched a video because I didn't know who St. Valentine was. So we watched a video at the very beginning of the stream after my karaoke performance. So all of you that missed my karaoke performance, go ahead and watch the beginning of this when we're done. I forgot to throw that in there when Nikki came in here. He's raising $35 million for new youth center. Ooh. That sounds dope. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that, Cam. Actually, there was a video on his page. When this is done, I can go back to his page and actually pull the video up and we can watch it together. Oh, grad school, not grade school. Okay. I did parts of my internship at Catholic Charities and it was the best and I was an atheist. Yeah, because at the end of the day, you don't have to believe to like have that warm, fuzzy feeling of helping people. Because you know when people do good, it do make you feel good when you help as well. Yeah, we watched the video on who St. Valentine was, like at the very beginning of the stream. It's crazy. They really beheaded that man. Because he was trying to marry people in secret and keep families together.
Understand the conflict here that you guys are having. What role do you think Asian Americans have as far as the larger injustices and racism that this country has exhibited and has pushed it forward in the 200 years prior to even our arrival? But I guess the easiest way to make it something to talk about is the concept of the model minority myth. When you hear that word, what does it mean to you?
So the model minority myth, after World War II, they used us to separate other people of color. They used our race to say that we were the best race, that we were the model minority because we were the smartest, we got the best jobs, we did these things, and we were able to assimilate to what their idea of what they wanted. They wanted an example to use of people of color that they could then use against all the other people of color. And what they also did is they caused infighting between our communities so that we wouldn't look at the actual problem, which was white supremacy. When I think of the model minority myth, I grew up wanting to be white. I fucking hate that about myself. Like, it is so embarrassing.
Okay, so statistically, it is true that
So hold on, him saying that, it is funny because growing up, all the Asians I went to school with, right? it was like they had a baseline, and this is just from my observation, because obviously I'm not Asian anything, but they either were trying to act white or they were trying to act black, which is crazy because it was like very few of them were just actually being themselves, which was okay. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. It ain't like you got picked on for being yourself. But I did notice the extreme at my school. They were either like, oh, I'm a white kid or I'm a black kid, and it's like, yo, you're Asian, just be you. And so I did observe that when I was coming up as a kid. It was wild. You said that guy definitely looks like Seth Rollins or maybe Jinder Mahal. Who looked like this dude? Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. I'm not even on the thing.
Asians, right, on average.
No. Go back. Him? Who are you talking about? Who looked like Seth Rollins? Because I actually know who that wrestler is. I met a cashier at the... Whoa, it's going kind of fast. I met a cashier at the grocery store. She said some people think that Valentine's Day was named after the 1927 massacre. I mean, I'm not even going to lie. I didn't know he was a saint. Now, I didn't think it was named after the massacre. But I didn't know he was a saint either. So I could see why she was confused and thought that. Look at you having a man flexing on a single losers. Bet you're having a good time, huh? So what if I'm lonely? Oh, Lycast, you ain't gotta be lonely. Here, I got a rose just for you. Just for you, Lycast. Here, come in and get this hug. Get this virtual hug right here. All right, this for you. This is about as far as I can give it to you, but here you go, bro. Here you go. Here you go. It's okay. You still had a wonderful day. I know you did. The narrator? Hold on, we got to go back to the narrator. He kind of, yeah, if you gave him the muscle, because he a little too skinny, but if you gave him like the build, you know, yeah, he would. He would look like him. I forgot, Jorge, you are the wrestling fan. I forgot.
Communities so that we wouldn't look at the actual problem, which was white supremacy. When I think of the model minority myth, I grew up wanting to be white. I fucking hate that about myself.
On average, make more money, in terms of medium, make more money, better test scores, get into better colleges, all that stuff. I think the question is, why is that? And I don't know, model minority, whatever that label was.
That's actually a myth because we cannot be...
Well, no, listen. Well, let me finish my point. We need to observe what makes people successful and unsuccessful. And I think when you look at trends that are generally true in the Asian community, not of everyone, but are generally true, usually you have families that are sticking together, you have...
Watch their faces. He's about to say the most common sense thing ever. And look at all four people around him. Their faces are going to morph like he just said like something disgusting. He's giving out common sense here.
You know, people are taught to work hard in school, not get into trouble. I think that translates to why Asians en masse are successful. And I don't think you have to be Asian or white for that matter to not have kids out of wedlock, not, you know, commit crime, not cause trouble or whatever it is. It's just a matter of like, well, common sense, that's what makes people successful. And if that's so-called assimilation, having a nuclear family, buying a house, going to school, whatever it is, then yeah, okay, call me a pro-assimilation then.
I think there's a difference between us.
Right, Jorge? It's like nuclear family. What's happening here? Oh, I can't believe he's saying do the right thing, don't get into trouble, don't have kids out of wedlock, and you could be successful. What is he saying? He sounds crazy.
Assimilation and erasure?
Yes.
The way that you're kind of going about it seems like, okay, like, you know, of course, like, we want to be in community with people. And I don't think there's a problem with being in community with people from different backgrounds. That's not the issue. It's also embracing the diversity that we inherently have and accepting that and being okay with that and celebrating that.
It's very idealistic, I think, but I think we should acknowledge the fact that diversity, quote unquote, is not a factor that is our strength. It's not a factor that historically or even in the current strengthens societies. People don't come together, form societies, form families, form communities because they have nothing in common. They come together and do those things because they have something in common, right?
You talk about race in such black and white terms. The way you talk about it is it's either with America, whatever your definition of America, or not. You're talking in very black and white terms, and that's actually the problem in discussing race, because we're Asian Americans, we're neither black, we're neither white. When you're having a race discussion, you can't be talking about in such like lines.
Yeah.
He literally said America is diverse, which is okay. That's why he calls himself American. It's funny. They're the only ones upset about black and white anything. They're the only ones, and he's sitting there saying like, we are all one race, we are all one people, all of our lives matter, and they're just like, how dare you say that? Like you're everything. You make it seem like it's so divisive, but then they're being divisive. That's wild.
Yeah. Everything is in the gray.
The more in common that a society has with one another, the more likely they are to work together and build things in society and not constantly be fighting each other and at odds with each other.
Did you think the Japanese internment was a good thing? Because that was a real assimilation situation. You know what I mean?
No,
Do you
I
recognize
don't.
that the term assimilation has negative history and facts associated with that word? So we do have to be careful in how we choose, because assimilation for people of color have not been good to us historically. That's factual. So let me ask you.
We're discussing the model minority myth and the fact that
Japanese internment is a classic example of assimilating Asian Americans.
No,
so
it's not. It's a classic example of internment. I mean, they intern people.
Why?
Why?
Yes.
Why did they
that to?
Why did they intern them? Because they saw them as other. Because they saw them as dangerous.
Not really. Well, yes, they saw them as dangerous because, and I don't agree with it, but left-wing president FDR at the time saw it as a national security risk.
So you're a Republican, right?
So
you're right-wing, right?
I want to make sure that we.
You see how she said that? Oh, so you're a Republican, you're a white wing? Mm-hmm. Makes sense. It's like, sweetie, if you are rocking with the left, the Democrats, when you want to talk about all this racist stuff, they are the side of the KKK. It's like, literally, they're the ones that want to keep. That's why your brain is so messed up. That's why your brain is so messed up. Nikki says, we must have patience with these folks who are brainwashed and deceived. Not their fault. Love them. Do not have them. They've been taught this and they truly believe it. Be gentle. Yeah, I agree with you. It's crazy because a lot of us do start off this way. Except this man right here, he grifting. He is grifting super hard. And purple hair might be a grifter too. But I do agree with you. Most people are brainwashed. And that comes from, that does come from how we are raised. Most people, if you're raised in the public school system, your parents put a screen in front of your face and you're raised by media and entertainment, you are brainwashed. And it is hard to come out of. It is hard to come out of. So we definitely need to pray for these people. But it's just the dog piling they are doing on this man is still like wild. Because yeah, she's hearing, but she's not hearing to listen. She's hearing to respond. And that's the difference. That's the whole difference. If you'd been brainwashed, you need kid gloves, love, and nurturing to come out of it. Give them grace. They are brainwashed. They are brainwashed. Yeah. These are the people we have to actually, like she said, we just gotta pray for them. But it's crazy because, like, if you look at this and then you go to Vice comment section, if they didn't cut it off, I don't think they cut it off for this video. There's more people just like them. Just like them. But it was literally a Democrat who was locking up Asians during World War II. Yeah, tell them that. Because when, it's funny, because by me being black, if I tell a black person the same things, where I'd be like, oh, it's really the Democrats who did this. So I don't understand why you're voting blue or whatnot. You should actually be voting the other side, or at least learning your history, and you can vote for whoever you want after that. They get so mad. You get called a coon, and Uncle Tom, everything. It's just wild. And it's like, yo, I'm giving you the history. I can give them all the resources in the world. Oh, actually, my mom told me. So earlier when we were together, so after doing the stuff at the homeless shelter, we went to go get some food. And she was telling me during the midterms, because she was like, I really hate that I voted for Biden, right? So she actually started researching people. So when the midterms came around, she had to like go out and vote. She said she started voting red for a lot of people. Now, she said some people that were blue she kept because she didn't think they were doing anything wrong in whatever position they were in. But she said she voted mostly red. And she told her sister that, who is her twin. And she said her twin sister was like, what do you mean you voted red? Do you know what you're doing? And like my mom had to break it down to her like, yo, after doing my research, I don't know why I was voting blue to begin with. I was just doing it just to do it. So I started voting red. But I researched the people I was voting in. I think they're great people and doing a great job. And she said her twin sister freaked out. And then she asked her, she was like, okay, so who did you vote for? And then her twin was like, I didn't vote at all. It's like, yo, come on. What are we talking about? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Yeah, she's hearing with ears of offense and not of love. She's listening for offense. Yeah. That's all that really is. That's all that really is. She's not listening to listen. She wants to respond negatively to whatever comes out of that man's mouth because she's already pinpointed him as the bad guy, as the villain. That's all it is. Yeah, the Democrats are literally sowing the seeds of division right now. They are. They really are. As Christian, sir, I'll get you in a second. Hold on. As Christians, we must look through eyes of lives and not offended, eyes of mercy and not eyes looking out through hurt. Yeah. Yeah, we do. And it said, okay, as Christians, we need to look through eyes of love, not offense. Oh, okay, that's what you meant. Oh, because I said ant. Okay. Yeah, you're right. You're right, though, Nikki. Yeah, so she's hovering for a trigger to pop off about, but her face and eye language says too much. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we listen with ears of hurt. We cannot listen with love and serve our neighbors. You're right. We can't. Because if all we doing is like, oh, I'm hurt and I just want to lash back out and attack, nothing's ever going to change. Nothing's ever going to change. That's why it's our job to bring people together, but it's hard. Most people don't want to hear it. But that's why the Bible says that all we doing is planting seeds, and wherever it lands and grows, that's all it is. Hold on, let me get him real quick. Let me get him real quick. You awake? You finally woke up? All right, come here. Come here. I'm gonna let you come back here for a little bit, all right? Here. Woo. The chair went kind of far back. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on, hold on. You see everybody? See? See, since you want to be back here so bad, you see the camera? You see? There we go. Tell everybody, say Happy Valentine's Day. You happy? Okay. Are you purring? I don't know if y'all can hear it. I definitely heard it. I don't know if y'all can hear it, but I definitely heard it.
Move this way to keep talking about it. And thank you for all the passion on this. And I think there's a lot to unpack.
Here,
Joyce, tell me about your feelings about the model minority myth. What does it make you think about?
For me, like, I don't think race should be an issue in anything. Like, when we want to make a decision, we should not put race as a factor. Living in New York City, we're the melting pot of the world, so I haven't actually experienced any of these biases. And if we keep continuing to live on, remembering how history was, we're never going to move further. So I identify myself as American, and in this country, it's the only country where a homeless person can be a millionaire the next day. So based on capitalism, we all have an opportunity, and we should not use race as a factor in either getting ahead or depriving ourselves of opportunities.
I have a question directly related to the fact that you live in New York, right?
Yeah.
And you're an Asian woman. There have been significant high crimes towards Asian women that were all over the news. Did that affect you? And what were your thoughts on that?
The government is telling us that it's Asian hate, but that's not the real issue.
Yeah,
the real issue is actually that these people were mentally ill and they were let out.
Or both can be the issue, right?
Yeah,
it can simultaneously exist as issues.
You can't say that it's.
You said why her hair purple? Cause she's a crazy liberal lady. She's the one you probably did I don't know if you did the video on her, but she was the one talking about white people. I can't even say it like her. I can't even say it like her. And if you do go to Chicago, you should definitely visit St. John Cantius. They celebrate the Latin Mass. Sir, did you really pull that out of my ear? I'll check it out. I'll check it out if I can.
Asian hate and use that as propaganda.
Propaganda?
I feel like also to just say that these people are mentally ill is a kind of an ableist argument too, because there's plenty of people who are mentally ill who are not going out and killing like Asian people on the street.
All these attacks that you're seeing the videos of in San Francisco, New York City, newsflash, they're not being prosecuted as hate crimes. So the more correct way to look at it is what is the primary perpetrator of violence against Asians overall, right? Because if we talk about these videos, we have to count them in the statistics, and we're not doing that. And when we do that, we find, well, I'll tell you this, the plurality top perpetrator of violence against Asians, number one, is not happening in rural America, and number two, is not being done by white people.
So is it black people that are doing it? Like, is it the black and brown people that are doing it?
No, that's exactly
just inherently violent. Like,
just say it.
I didn't say that. All I said
beat
was,
around it. Just say it.
If it's not white people or Asian people, who is it?
All I said, I didn't say anything about inherently violent. All I said is that if it's
now you did.
If it's
no one accused you of that, and now you did.
If it's a white,
so like your bias is slipping out there.
It's clear you want to say it. You should just say it.
Can anyone let me talk here?
When it comes to Asian hate, the perpetrator is not a white supremacist in New York.
Correct. That's all I'm saying.
So that's the
all
problem.
that I'm saying.
Like, we don't want to blame one race for violence when that's actually not true.
Is it white people? Is it white people?
It is white people.
Are these attacks happening
It is white
in
people.
rural?
I literally looked up statistics.
You do not have to be white to perpetuate white supremacy. No one's saying it's not hard to govern a heterogeneous society.
What?
But it is possible to do a lot better than the way that we're fucking doing it right now. It's like we've banked on this myth of white adjacency more than this model minority myth of like, instead of aligning ourselves with the black community who've been fighting for racial justice and liberation, right, and acknowledging our own privilege and putting our bodies on the line to fight for these movements, instead we banked on white adjacency, and here we are still being pushed into
First of all, what exactly is white adjacency? Is it working hard, having families?
I don't
understand what the issue is. But then number two, wait, let me finish my point. I think it is gaslighting when, again, the majority of violent attacks against Asians are not being perpetrated by white people to blame white supremacy.
White supremacy as a construct is this idea like that the norm of American is whiteness.
Yes.
That whiteness is the default.
Standard.
That whiteness is the standard that we all ought to aspire to. And we deviate
It's not just
from
talking about KKK.
Yeah.
It's not talking about lynchings. It's about a mentality that we have absorbed.
I'm gonna interrupt.
Okay. So that's what white supremacy is. So when those 5 black guys like killed that one black dude, right? And they were like, that black guy got killed by those 5 black cops because of white supremacy. It makes sense now. Yes, white supremacy, yes. It wasn't the black guy's fault. No. It wasn't retaliation because he was sleeping with their baby mama. No. White supremacy. Yes. Okay. Makes so much sense now. Yes. Okay. Or it was like, keep chasing that boogeyman. It's wild. The Japanese internment outrage was not just FDR. Earl Warren supported it as well. I'm not fully versed on that. I do know that a Democrat was with that, though. But if it was everybody, then it was just everybody at that point. It's my melanin which makes me criminal, I know it. The pigment in my skin or there, LK makes me criminal. Can we discard terms like construct and mindset? Nope. Not when we got grifters like this. Because I think the purple hair chick a grifter too. Because he's for sure one. I think she's one too. Because she be all on TikTok with the videos and stuff. She definitely has to be a grifter as well. Sir, I'm going to kick you right back up out of here. You keep trying to open my shirt on stream. And that's not happening. That is not happening. That's the whole reason. Let me tell y'all, okay, real quick, before I kick him up out of here. I had a dress I was going to wear, because this is Valentine's Day. But considering how much of this was showing, I was like, that's not going to work. Because if I move wrong once, y'all going to see everything. And then if I bring him in here, you see how he moving around. It would have got shown by accident. So I was like, let me opt for something else. Now he's sitting here trying to rip this open. Like, sir, no, you gotta go. I love you. I know it's Valentine's Day. We'll kick it after the stream. Say bye-bye. Say bye-bye. Say Happy Valentine's Day, y'all. Happy Valentine's Day. I'm out of here. I'm getting kicked up out of here for trying to rip shirts open. I'll see you in a little bit. Nope. I'll see you in a little bit. He said, bye-bye, kitty. He said, perverted cat. Yeah, he was trying a little too hard. It's like, sir, I know it's Valentine's Day, but we not doing nothing. You a kitty. It's like, when that time comes, when my man comes back home, you're getting kicked up out of here.
Talking about lynchings, it's about a mentality that we have absorbed.
I'm gonna interrupt for a second. Yuling, what's going through your head right now?
Model minority myth, if I'm not wrong, I actually think that Asian Americans did create that first and foremost to push the notion that we are dangerous away. First to say that like, no, we belong here because I promise you we will not cause harm to you. And that has trickled down now into becoming almost a curse. Historically was used first to be like, we're not dangerous, we're American. But later on it has moved into this sort of weaponized term / almost like idea concept where we get to say like, oh, because we are model minority, like we're not like dangerous and we're not this. And I think about this a lot with class, like a lot of Asian women who are sex workers. Who are we actually taking into account when we think about model minority? And I think that that term really applies to a very specific amount, or that idea of what that looks like is very specific. Because when I think of the Asian Americans that I know, I don't think that they're worried about whether or not they look like model minority. I think they're just trying to survive.
Vish, I see you percolating over there.
Oh, what did KO say? He says, side note, cat tongue to nose at 6 a.m. every day are just my demon and cat fur. My cat does the same thing. My cat does the exact same thing. Tech Boy, yes, Tech Boy, because we keep stopping to talk about other stuff. We keep stopping to talk about a bunch of other things, too.
Going through your brain.
I don't understand why everybody's so hurt about like being described as a model minority. For me, it's like, well, I want to be the best. I want to be the smartest. I want to be the toughest. The model minority thing, I've never thought about it because I'm too focused on trying to be a model American.
When I say the word stop Asian.
Oh, I have a great idea. After this, you can listen to my radio interview. Oh, who interviewed you? Wait a minute. Tech Boy moving up in the world. I told you he working to be the next MKBHD.
Asian hate, what does it mean to you?
Scam.
I agree.
Why?
I see it as the same way as the BLM organization. It's just a cudgel meant to divide Americans on racialized language and racialized ideas that are not really congruent with reality. The Stop Asian Hate movement, makes a big fuss about white supremacy. So I find that to be a scam in a similar way that BLM makes a boogeyman out of cops and white people and white supremacy and all that. It's all the same language and all the same sort of ideas that are being used to divide Americans and basically put Asians in fear of something that I personally do not think exists.
That man was spitting. He said everything that Vince be saying, yet nobody dogpiled on him. They was quiet. They made faces. They didn't say one thing out of pocket to him, though. But Vince was getting all the smoke. We need that Don DeMarco soundbite. I don't know what soundbite you talking about.
Who agrees with Vish?
I would have to look that up.
No, I don't.
Raise your hands up high. Let's hear it. Why?
I mean, I agree with everything he says because they're basically weaponizing it and making us victims, but we're not victims. We have friends that are of different races. If you start to use the word hate, hate will continue. Hate is a very strong word.
So even when it's stop Asian hate, you're still like, wait, it has Asian hate in here, and we should not even consider it as a serious thing?
It's divisive.
Well, it's referring to...
Oh, you said from Fresh and Fit? I don't even know, hold on. Get out of here. Because I might know what you're talking about. Oh, basically this is the DJ horn. That's basically what I have. Oh, hold on. Let me put this back up on the screen. What?
To murders, people getting attacked in broad daylight, elders getting bashed in the head. I fear for my mother-in-law going on walks. I ask her to make sure she's not walking around when it's getting dark. So it's very real. Getting murdered for being Asian is as hateful as it gets, is it not? Why are we afraid to just say out loud, let's stop Asian hate? It is happening in...
Bruh, it's just crazy people messing with y'all. You live in New York City, and that's where most of this is happening at. It's just crazy people doing crazy stuff in New York City. So so a few years back, this had to be like a decade ago at this point, there was a guy walking around near the area I lived, and he was just slinging acid at women. Was that like women hate? Like, no, it was just some sick dude who's just crazy. That's all it was. It was just some crazy dude, and once they caught him, it stopped. Nobody else was doing it. It's just crazy people doing this. It's not
astronomical numbers. Studies have shown the increase. And where did it come from? Right after the COVID blast of people saying, oh, it's the Chinese virus. There was a direct correlation to that Asian hate. It just didn't come out of thin air. So it really minimizes our experiences when you say it doesn't exist.
Here's a radical idea. Okay, you guys ready?
No, I'm not.
So there's a lot of violence happening. A lot of it's against Asian people. A lot of it is happening in cities. Crazy idea, I know. Then maybe it's not a good idea to let criminals out of jail. Maybe it's not a good idea to defund the police, neuter the police's ability to have any degree of law and order in our streets. And maybe you wouldn't have so much violence happening against so many different types of vulnerable people. I mean, this is just the truth of the situation. You know, we can talk about this correlation with COVID. Maybe that's true to an extent. It's also true
wait, so maybe that's true to an extent. What do you mean?
Because it's also true.
Honestly, the studies show that when they be talking about Asian hate, the crimes against it didn't go up that high. Like they acted like this is some crazy epidemic where it's like all these Asians are getting murked left and right now. It's like around the same numbers it's always has been. So it's not like it was like some crazy thing that they're talking about. That's why it's false, and he's trying to tell them it's false. First off, and it does happen in all the cities. It happens in all the blue cities. They're the ones that have like the very lax laws, and police aren't allowed to do certain things. People aren't getting put in jail. That's like the one kid in California. Every time he would do something crazy and heinous, like he stole a car, ran over a woman that was like out on a walk with her baby, just straight ran them over, right, to try to kill them for no reason. What did California do? Oh, he didn't mean it. Gave him a slap on the wrist, he was back out. What did he do when he was back out? He tried to kill somebody else. And they were like, it's okay. And they let him like right back out immediately. It's like, no, you keep sick, crazy people like that locked up. And that's also the issue in New York. New York's laws are trash too, honestly. Like super trash. Yeah, you got people high on bath salts. What do you expect? What do you expect? But it's in all the blue states. Because me giving you the example of what happened years ago, that's not a natural occurrence here. Like, that was like something very random that happened. I live in a red state, right? What do we hear from New York and Cali? Crazy crap happens all the time there. Crazy crap. Who is the suit guy and what can I follow on? His name is Vince DeMao, and he is on Twitter, YouTube. Here, let me actually pull his stuff up, because you're not the first person that said that. So I'm gonna pull all his stuff up right now, because I follow him in all these places. Oh, but not Vince DeMao, Vince Dow Media. So let me drop this. Boom. Ba-boom. And there it is in the chat. That's his Twitter. And then his Twitter, like his YouTube's like right here. So you can like click it. You can click it when you're there. Yeah, he's just spitting common sense.
True that it's been climbing over the past year or two, whatever. That's also around the same time that we had all of these, you know, anti-police movements. A lot of
But it's also around the same time that Donald Trump.
So TechPoint says New York and Cali have higher populations. That's true. That's true. But let's talk about Texas. Texas is very large as well. And they don't have these problems. Like, it's not nearly as bad. Now, some cities are becoming more liberal because you have a lot of Californians moving to Texas. But Texas as a whole is still a red state. And their population numbers are high. Yet they don't have these problems down there. I'm telling you, it really comes down. Blue states are not the places to be.
Trump was calling it the China virus, right?
Well, he's not calling it anymore, and it looks like this stuff is still happening. Problem with saying stop.
Also, it did originate in China, so I mean, he wasn't really lying. He wasn't really lying.
Asian hate and just saying stigma, whatever, is that it misses the real core of the problem. The real core of the problem is that there is lawlessness and mass violence and mass crime happening in cities. I think the Stop Asian Hate movement comes from woke left-wing social movement to kind of make it into this argument of like minorities being persecuted, when I don't think that's the core of the problem. I think the core of the problem is like, it's just dangerous in our cities.
Originally, when you asked...
Vince, yes, Vince. We saying the same thing, baby. We saying the same thing. Jorge saying the same thing. We are all saying the same thing. Every state that has strict gun control laws, it's a mess. It's a mess there. Look at Chicago, a mess. It's all a mess.
Ask what Stop Asian Hate means to you, the first word that popped in my mind was ignorance. It goes beyond more than the way that people were just like acting out and attacking people. Some people were avoiding other people. Some people were like, oh no, you can't go over to that house because they're Asian, they're Japanese, they're Chinese. So that also is a version of hate. So like before we go too far into like the specifics of like crime, there was even just, you know, social injustices. And that is one of the things that I think that people might overlook.
You like?
Look, y'all, the Asian community, let me say that. I almost said y'all, like I was talking to him. Yeah, the Asian community, y'all have like y'all own issues within where y'all hate each other for whatever reasons y'all hate each other, right? Koreans don't like Japanese, Japanese don't like Chinese, whatever it is. They have their own beefs amongst each other. Just like in the black community where colorism is like still a whole big thing, and it's stupid. It's all stupid. But they're blaming this on the white man though. And that is why I stick with small towns. Craziest thing that happens there is bonfires that can be seen from space. Facts. Facts. And then it's funny too, because the way Antifa be talking, where they're like, we're gonna go to the small towns next. That's the last place you want to go. Them people got a bazillion guns at their house, right? They'll kill you, and the town sheriff, he'll stand there and co-sign it too. He'll be like, yeah, they should have died. I got a wood chipper out back. We can just grind them right on up, put them in with the pig feed. Like, just you don't mess with small towns. Small towns are actually some of the best places, too, to be. They're so nice and friendly there. Obama funded lab in China weaponizing the virus. Facts. Facts. Because they're the ones that created it. The fact that they just came out like, what, a few months ago and finally confirmed that. And it's like, yeah, we knew that from the beginning, but you called us conspiracy theorists. I myself have a 9-shot. Ooh, nice. Man, the next one I want to get is called the Judge. It's really just a handgun, but it takes like shotgun shells. And I want to get the shotgun shells that shoot out the fire and then nails come out of it as well. My coworker, well, I guess now at this point, my ex-coworker, he got it and he showed it to me. And then he showed me a video of where he shot it in his backyard. Looked like a big fireball. It was awesome. It was awesome. Honestly, hold on. Let me see if I can actually find the video. Because if I can find the video, I'll show y'all right now. Because it looks amazing. Do I have the video he sent me? I also gotta make sure I don't show this guy's name because I am on Facebook right now. Here we go. Does this show a name? Oh, it does not show a name. Alright, I gotta be. This ain't the main video. This is like a different I can't find the video where like the I think I lost that. This is a different video. He got acres in his backyard because he live out in the country. He was sharing his like guns with me one day when we were talking. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. I don't think I have the one of him where the fireballs came out the gun. And let's see. Dang, I don't have it. Dang, I don't have a video. I probably got rid of it. Dang. That video was amazing. You said, what would you do with a gun like that? Look, if somebody decides that this is going to be the day they ever want to break into my property, it's going to be the last day they live. That's really what it's going to be. That's going to be the last day they live on this earth. I'm scared of getting shot, but that looks nice. It was nice. It was nice. Yeah. Just a girl said you mainly shoot glass bottles for fun. Yeah, if you have the acreage, you can shoot whatever you want for fun in your backyard. Or if you go to a shooting range where they have the space and whatever, it's dope. It's dope. But yeah, if you got the space though, because you said you like living in small towns. Yeah, it's like, don't worry, us small town Southerners have really good trigger control and we don't usually fire in even the direction of people. Facts. I remember one job I had, so I worked when I was in college. I worked for a hair salon / spa, but I didn't work in that facility. I worked about 10 minutes away in a factory district because they had a warehouse where all we did was just wash the towels and robes and crap that they used throughout the day. So most times, because you just washing stuff, we would bust that out like super fast, right? My boss, he had a Desert Eagle, so he came through one day and he was just like, hey, you trying to shoot this? And I was like, bet. Because where the warehouse was, it was just open land at that point and there was nothing back there. They set up, why am I having a brain fart right now? They set up the actual paper. I'm having a brain fart at the moment. They set up the paper things that you could shoot, plus bottles and glass bottles and all this. And the three of us was just taking turns, just taking shots at everything. It was fun. I got paid that day to just shoot a gun for like majority of the day. It was dope. That was like one of the funnest jobs I ever had. I would love to do some hunting, but I definitely need a spotter. Oh yeah, because your eyesight. Honestly, if you had a targets, the paper targets, we was gonna get there. I wonder, yeah, if you're in an open enough space and you have a spotter, I wonder if that could work. I don't know. I've never shot with somebody that had bad eyesight. Probably. Yeah, probably could work. I mean, you in an open space, it's just you, that person. Just don't pull a Dick Cheney. You'll be all right.
In regards to just the term Stop Asian Hate, the reason why I feel like it falls short is not because of the sentiment. I think that there is definitely prejudice and absolutely like hate against Asians in this country. But I think sometimes that we view that
Deer
violence very like specific.
Deer is actually really good. Have you ever had like venison and stuff? Deer is actually pretty good.
Like, I'm gonna beat you up because you're Asian, and like that is the violence. And I think sometimes, like, on a larger scale, that violence also shows up in ways in which, like, housing, education, healthcare, a lot of that.
And so
now, is it because, did he have his glasses? I don't know. Ooh, you have venison chili? That sounds kind of good. Steak, sausages, ground meat, jerky. Yeah, my goal, I need a bigger house for this because I'm going to need like a big deep freezer. I actually want to go down to one of the local farms and pay to have like a whole cow butchered so I can just have all that meat in my deep freezer. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds really good. Oh, Teddy Roosevelt did have a spotter? Okay. Well, there you go, Jorge. So that does work. That does work then. You'll be straight then.
now, let's move on to the main event, because a lot of what's behind the disagreements that we're having today seems to be related to politics. How many of you here would say that you're progressive or liberal? Raise of hands. And how many would say conservative or not progressive and liberal? Undecided? Okay. Are Asians invisible in American politics? Are they visible? Do Asian Americans have political power? Let's take visibility.
Not visible enough. But that is a consequence of the mentality towards politics for a lot of Asians. You don't participate in the system, nobody's gonna care what you have to say.
You said when I was in Boy Scout, our scout leader ran over a deer and we ate that. And at least he knew what to do after, because it's not like he ran it over on purpose, but at least he knew where he was like, hey, I'm gonna feed y'all, we gonna eat. At least he knew how to butcher it and stuff instead of just letting it sit there and like rot off on the side of the road.
Period. Which is why I've made it a point to participate in the system. You know, I don't go around saying, well, I'm Asian, that's why I deserve to be here. But just me being in the room is a step above what's kind of the sort of awareness, the political awareness of specifically the Indian community, in my opinion. You know, that's.
Yeah, canning keeps 2 years easy, keeps if the power goes out. I want to learn how to do that. I want to get into canning very soon. We don't have the space right now in our kitchen for it, but I want to learn how to do that, because I know growing up, for whatever weird reason, I was really big into like security stuff and then learning how to survive out in the wild. I don't know why that was my mindset as a kid, especially since I grew up in the suburbs, but I looked into all of that and then practiced a lot of that on my own when I would go out. So yes, I want to learn how to do that because yeah, at some point, all this is what I think. The government, they're going to try to control the food supply and the water and everything. We're going to have to figure out how to do this on our own. And the more we know how to do on our own, cooking, planting your own food and stuff, working with farmers that are actually raising cattle and chickens and pigs and stuff, we all gonna have to work together, right? And it's gonna get back down to the place. Fishing, oh yeah, I fished when I grew up too. Yeah, we gonna have to get to the place where like, if I go down to a farm, I'll be like, hey, what y'all want for like a cow or something? And they be like, well, what you got? It's like, I got a bunch of these vegetables in the back. I know y'all ain't got none of that. And stuff for feed for the animals. Yeah, give us some of that and we'll butcher this cow up for you. It's gonna get to that at some point. It's gonna get to a point where either you live in the VR world and you do the stupid meta thing with a screen attached to your face all day, or you disconnect and you live in the real world and you live off grid. I think that's what's gonna happen.
That's been my experience. So I don't think that they're visible enough. And the reason they're not visible is because they don't participate and do the work behind it.
What's wrong with meta? Let me tell you what's wrong with meta, because what's happening now. Your generation is lazy. I hate to say it. That's why we keep making jokes saying you the future, because you are the future. Everybody in your generation, it's a wrap. It's over. They want to live with the Oculus Quest connected to their eyeballs. There's videos where I've seen where a dude was like living 20 days or 30 days with a VR thing attached to my head. He couldn't leave his room. And there's a Black Mirror episode where the dude, his whole room is just a big screen. And when he talks to it or whatever and be like, play this, it takes the digital currency out of his account And to get more of that currency, during the day, they ride bikes or something which powers an electric grid or some crap. That's going to be y'all generation. Y'all generation is going to turn the world into that. And for those of us that's like, I'm not living like that. I'm not living in a box and a screen with stuff attached to my face. We going to disconnect and live off grid. And we going to have our own little farms. And we going to have our own guns. And we going to have our own gardens and stuff. And once that happens, I'm telling you, the government not gonna like it. They gonna keep messing with us. They gonna be like, one day we gonna get them to ride these bikes to power this electric grid, and we gonna be like, get out of our face. We gonna be trying to live like the Amish. We gonna be trying to live like them. He said, just don't trade cows for magic beans. I don't know. Maybe I want a beanstalk. Maybe I want a golden goose. Maybe that's what I want. If they can do work in VR, I'm for it. See? Nope, you already, tech boy, you already going down. You already going downhill. Natural disaster topples any tech. Facts. I agree with you. Cause this was what's gonna happen. Cause I was in robotics. That's why it's so funny that like once you see all these automated fast food spots popping up now, and people are just like, I can't believe this is happening. They're getting rid of jobs for people. Duh, this was been the plan. This been the blueprint because people don't want to work. We been knew this was happening. Why do you think all these little checkout counters are starting to pop up more and more? Once they figure out robotics on a level, which they've already started figuring out, they just got to get it implanted in all the places now. Once you can get a robot to fully go around and do everything a human does, whether it's in a restaurant, a retail setting, whatever, to where no people are really going to be needed, y'all going to be highly upset because y'all going to be like, man, I don't have a job anymore. I can't get in the workforce, and I don't know how to do this or that. And then you're going to have the people like me, well, what I was doing, that know how to fix the robot, because you always going to need them. And the people that do the tech and all in the IT side of things, that's always going to be in demand. The doctors, you always going to need the doctors. You're going to need all the stuff that's just always going to be here. The people that do the trades, certain trade jobs, until they start figuring out robotics to get that up out of here. Like how Tesla trying to have a robotic semi-truck, that's not ready yet. And that's not going to be ready for years. So truck drivers are still good. And once that gets implemented, it's not like a swarm of them are going to be implemented, right? It's going to be a couple on the road to test it out and whatnot. So you're still going to have truck drivers for years. But once they figure that out and it's fully automated, that's not going to be a job no more. And once it gets to the warehouse, they're going to figure out how once it gets to the warehouse, it ain't even going to be humans pulling that stuff off anymore. It's just going to be robots. And it's going to be a robot passing it to another robot, passing it to another robot. We going to just be around to either fix it or we're going to be like little cogs. We going to be on the bikes, just like in that Black Mirror episode. It's like, well, somebody has to power this up. Somebody got to do it. He said tech has its uses, but it should never replace humans. But that's the path. I'm telling you right now, that's the path we're going down. And it's all because people don't want to work. If this generation, and it's going to get worse as the generations go by, if they stop being lazy, it'd be cool. Their jobs would be secure. Their jobs are done. Their jobs are super done. Boston Dynamics or robotics is terrifyingly awesome. It's crazy because them little robot dogs got used in a Black Mirror episode too, where it was a dystopian world and they was killing the people that was trying to get into whatever that warehouse had, and they ended up killing all them people. And it's crazy because now they're starting to put those dogs into police forces, because I think New York tested it out first. And because I think they did, New York or Chicago, somebody tested it out first, and they got negative feedback from the community, because the community was like, nah, we don't like that, so they got rid of it, right? I think it's like in San Francisco now or something, because I did a video on it. I did a video on that. It should replace some humans that have grueling, unsafe jobs. Oh, it's going to end up replacing everybody at some point. Maybe not by the time we all die, but that's I'm telling y'all, that's the blueprint of where everything is going. It's going to be replacing everybody at some point in time. It's going to be replacing everyone. Jobs are dangerous, so we need to stop being so beta. Hard work pays. I agree with you, Jorge. I agree with you 100%. But that's not the path we're going down. I'm telling you right now. It may not be fully implemented by the time we die, but that is the road we are going on with robotics. That's literally what's about to happen. Yeah, I'm with you. I don't want robots doing that either. That's dangerous. And there's also something about like something a human builds versus like something a robot builds. There's like more care and attention put into this, right? Versus like a robot just like do. It's... But if you think about it, if you look at architecture though, we're already getting away with that with how our architecture looks. So think about how beautiful buildings used to look back in the day. And every building kind of just like looks the same now. It's just like a tall square or a tall rectangle or whatever, right? Look how much detail and time and artisticness went into buildings even from our grandparents' generation. They don't do that anymore. And they're like never going to do that again. Like ever, period. We taking forever. We taking forever to get through this video. I might actually pick a different video at this point. Because we done got so off topic. we done jumped so off topic. I'm actually going to stop this video. We done jumped so far off. Human versus robot for surgery opinions. They already use robot for certain surgeries. I bet y'all didn't know that. Depending what's happening and where they're going, robots actually do certain things inside the body versus like a human actually doing it. But there's actually a few surgeons that are so skilled that they still go in to do certain things themselves because they don't trust the robot, but they actually do it just fine. Like, so certain things where they're like, only robots can do this on a surgery. There's like certain surgeons out there. It's a small handful of them, but they came out and was like, no, I'm gonna keep doing that myself. And they do still do it, and they do a fine job. But I guarantee you the day one of them just have an off day, which anybody, we're human, and it can happen at any point. You can have a great career, and it just be that one day where you just mess up. Their bosses, whoever in charge at that hospital, are gonna be like, ha, told you, you're done. Robots doing it from now on. I guarantee you. I guarantee it. The conservative guy has a channel. Oh, yeah. Vince Dow. Yeah, because you came back. That's right, Tech Boy. You were probably gone when I put the link in the chat. You said personal preferences. You trust more robots. For a surgery, like if I mean, they have a higher success rate of actually doing it correctly without messing up. So I can see on that level. I remember seeing this picture of a surgeon and his hands directing the surgery. You mean like where he was telling the other people what to do and how to go in? Surgery's kind of crazy. There's like certain things. Because it isn't just him, depending what's going on. It's not just him back there, because it's like him, the nurse, but then there's other doctors that work on the person with them. So it's not just them. So if that's what you're talking about. Oh, you talking about, okay. You said Jesus was directing his hands. Okay. I got you. See, I done got so technical. I was thinking something. I was thinking something else. All right, to stay in order, so I think it was Jorge, but he said too far with Laura Horn. So let's find one of these. Actually, these videos are short. I can actually pull a couple of these real quick. We're gonna do this one. That seems kind of cringe. Ooh, this sounds funny, and then we'll do this one. This is about 10 minutes worth of stuff right here. Should be close. I hope to never have one because I have a bizarre fear of being put under. I'm with you. I am the same exact way. I am scared of getting surgery. You said it's from a Catholic hospital? I can see that.
Delay of game.
Whoa, wait, lady, wait. I gotta pull the screen up first. Hopefully no one needs one anytime soon. Facts. I hope none of us have to deal with anything, because every night that I pray for y'all safety and y'all health. And yeah, because I pray for y'all every night. So hopefully no one has to go through anything like that soon or ever.
Delay of game. 5-yard penalty.
Dude, you totally misrepresented what I did. Also, I read the manual and it doesn't say anything about a referee.
What?
That's the problem with having an authority outside the manual, like a referee. Then the game turns into sola refereea. Back in the 90s, I used to debate Pat Madrid on sola refereea while we played football. No one will play with me anymore. You guys are so cringe. Do you guys even know who gave us this manual? Or what the early football players said about anything? Orthodox football players always tell me, you don't understand football. It's been played the same way for 2,000 months. But if you read modern scholarship, that's simply not true. For example, a touchdown used to only be worth 2 points.
Are you gonna play or what?
Sorry. When you said we were playing football, I thought you meant real football. And why is it so bright here? There's not this much sun in England. Maybe if you ate meat, you'd have better stamina, soy boy. How can you say that football is a good game? Do you know the amount of suffering that tiny little piggy had to go through in order to make that ball? I made this homemade quinoa ball that we can try to play with. You can't even know what a good game is under your epistemology. You have to presuppose football is good before you can even understand good games. That's circular. Your stupid soccer ball is circular. No one's played a real game of football since 1958. Guys, doesn't always have to be about winning. It can be about charity and humility. Even though I'm the best. Good day. Are y'all playing rugby? Did you know that Adam played rugby with the dinosaurs? No, they didn't. Were you there? Were you there?
Okay. That's funny. I heard Adam used to play football with the dinosaurs. Were you there? Were you there?
Do you have any questions?
That's actually pretty funny. Alright, so this next one, I forgot to mention, I didn't even say the name in the last video. This one is called If Catholic Websites Were Your Waiter.
Do you have any questions that I can answer for you? Yeah, I was just wondering what the soup of the day was. We're having a sale. I'm actually a little bit nervous to be here.
What?
I haven't been here in 20 years and I really want to see, what's changed.
Oh, here are our specials. It's free if you want to check it out.
Thank you so much.
Oh, actually, it's only free to look at the first page. If you want to see the whole menu, you got to pay a monthly fee.
I'm not really interested in even eating right now. I really just wanted to see if things that I used to eat were on the menu. Do you have any menus that aren't in like 8-point font? And the contrast, like dark brown with light brown, do you have any in the back that are a little easier to read? Excuse me? Do you not speak English? Excuse me, do you guys still have the 12 things to know, eat, and share? No, but we do have gluten-free vegan cupcakes to stop climate change. That sounds disgusting, actually. Why would I want that? Wait,
yeah, that sounds horrible.
Is this the Catholic Reporter or the Register? Am I at the right restaurant? Oh my gosh, why are you doing that? Stop, I just want to read. Excuse me, it says that dinner starts at 3:45. Do you know if this is still accurate? Sure is. Do you know when this menu was last updated? 2004. Okay, I'm just gonna call the kitchen real fast and just double check all this. Excuse me, do you have a separate kids menu?
Well, of course. It's got a cute little fryer for them to color in.
This looks like a soulless Muppet.
Oh, no, kids love our kids menu here.
Okay, I'll give it a whirl. Here you go, little Trinity.
Yo, what is that? See, no, wait a minute. No. This is why. Remember when I cracked the jokes about y'all stuff being in horror movies? What is that? What is that? What is that? This looks like it's straight out of a horror movie. And this is why I used to crack my little horror movie jokes. Because why? Why would any child want this? Why? Why would they want this at all to look at? I'd cry too. And I'd throw it. And I look at my mama and be like, you have scarred me for life. For life. The Muppet isn't that bad. No, y'all gotta see this. This man said the Muppet isn't that bad. The Muppet isn't that bad. I was about to exit up out of here. I'm glad I didn't. This not that bad? This looks like a nightmare waiting to happen. This is horror fuel right here. If I'm a little kid, first off, I'm a grown adult and this scares me. So I can already, as a little kid, as a child, no. Thank you, Tech Boy. That is scary. That is super scary. The little frog, I don't even want to see the frog. No.
Oh, jeez.
No, it's spooky. That's spooky. And this is why your stuff is in horror movies. This is why. It's because of things like this. All right, this next one. All right, this one says it's a part 2, and it says Catholic celebrities invite you to breakfast. So.
Oh, geez, golly, you guys, thank you so much for coming. I mean, there's applesauce, there's butter, there's Nutella, there's avocado. Is it avocado or is it avocado? I don't know. I've heard it pronounced both ways. I'm committed. There's just so much here. I mean, it's going to take all year to get through. And yet, you chose committed to eating with me. I don't eat early in the morning because it's a modern invention by liberals to ruin children's pancreases. They take sugary sweet substances and they put it in their body and they're not ready for it yet. And anybody who tells you otherwise should be castrated.
Hey, Jimmy, is it still breakfast if you eat the meal after noon?
It's pretty funny.
Well, the church doesn't have a definitive answer to that question. There are 2 approaches that we could take to that question. Peace be with you. As von Balthasar taught, hopefully everyone will eat here forever, even though it's not taught in any cookbook.
Actually, you've been upgraded to a new table.
Oh, this feels a lot smaller than my old table.
Right, you get to lead the entire table.
As Thomas Merton says, sorry I'm late. It took me a while to get here. Do I sit or do I stand? Never really eaten this before. I would rather a child starve to death than eat breakfast. It is disordered. And I know Media Matters is going to take this out of context, but they're a bunch of perverts who can kiss my... Welcome back to breakfast. Let's begin appropriately enough in prayer. In the name of the Father. One time, I was at breakfast with a Muslim, and he said, "Don't blaspheme." And I said, "What? In the name of the Father?" And he said, "Don't blaspheme." I wasn't really sure if I should eat breakfast. I've had my doubts, but I did a Bayesian analysis, and I decided it's the most important meal of the day. Everyone fell asleep, and they didn't even get to try my homemade coconut butter.
And here you go. I'm sorry that those sausages got stuck together. It makes the plate disordered. I can fix it if you want.
Leave it. They're beautiful. Sausages belong at breakfast. They're not disordered. They're just differently ordered.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. I got you.
Hi, guys.
He said, I love Scott Hahn. I have his book. Kyle gave me one of his books. Apparently, potentially he should be at that debate we're going to at the beginning of March. So I have a chance of meeting him. So once I do, that's going to be an interesting conversation. I'm probably going to be the only Protestant at that place. So that's going to be interesting. Disclosure, I generally avoid all these types. That's funny. Only one I know is Matt Walsh. So I knew Matt, I knew Cameron, and one of the fathers. I knew one of them. For those who know Father James Martin, this is true, and also pray for him. So what was the sausage supposed to represent? Was that supposed to be the alphabet community? Because I feel like that's what that was supposed to represent. Now, I could be wrong. Wait, I thought I picked 4 of them. I didn't. Oh, the other one didn't come up. That's weird. All right, we'll just pull it up right here because I was about to say I only went through 3.
Hi, guys.
Oh, so it is? It is supposed to be the alphabet community? I kind of figured because the way he was talking, I'm like, that has to be what that's about. All right, so this is the 4th one. It says Catholic female podcasters be like.
Hi, guys. Welcome back. First, I just want to say, like, why are Catholic single guys, like, so weird? The other day, I was at a bonfire, and some guy came up to me, and he's like, do you wear a veil? And I was like, yeah. And he was like, to our wedding. And I was like, okay, creepo. Hi, guys. I'm starting this channel because I just want there to be a place that's safe for us to talk in the middle of the internet about anything you guys need, okay? Like, I want you to know that it's okay. Like, postpartum, my anal fissures were like 9 inches long. Hi, everyone.
Huh?
Welcome back to Trent and
What?
Laura in the morning, also known as...
What'd she just say? She said her anal fissure? All right, well.
TLM. I'm Laura, and of course, everyone knows Trent.
Howdy, everyone.
Yeah, so anyway, I'm like a homeschool mom. Some people call me like a home cool mom. Like breastfeeding my second.
Look, tech boy, you ain't gotta worry about it. It's whenever you get a wife and she had kids, that might be a thing she go through. I'm not gonna be Google it. I'm not gonna be the one to tell you.
My nipple almost fell off, and like that's okay. Let's be honest about it, okay? Okay. What the hell was that?
I didn't. What was wrong?
I told you in the car I was gonna say that I was a homeschool mom, and you totally chuckled, and now it's like radio silence. I need an outlet.
I
Trent.
thought it was funny. I just didn't laugh.
Well, do you want me to go back to selling doTERRA again?
No, everything smelled like.
Stop trying to marry you off. Ain't nobody trying to marry you off. Bro, I said when that day comes is when you will find out. You can always Google it, my guy. That's on you. I'm trying to save you from having to Google.
Eucalyptus, please don't do that.
Well, I need something. So I talked to my like best friend Tyler about this, and I was like, Tyler, I love the perspective that you bring. I like love you like a brother. You have no idea. And then he just like started crying. Like he's just like so emotionally smart, you know? Like why can't we have more Catholic single guys like him? My bladder infection was so bad that my ureter had to be sewn into my throat. My pelvic floor was so damaged that my son is 2 and I still cannot pick him up. Oh, I got a question here from Alex69, new subscriber. Hi, Alex. Can you post a picture? Yeah, I'll upload that in the show notes. People ask me, like, why don't you just date Tyler?
Yo, does that Catholic mom really be talking like that in her podcast? Does she really be talking like that? That makes me not want to ever listen to her show.
And I'm like, that would be weird. We're like best friends.
What is this?
Plus, he's not really my type physically. He's only like 5'10". Anyway, today we're going to talk about why Mary is the new Eve, okay? So Mary is the new Eve because in Genesis 1:1.
What? First off, based on what she said, I can see why she's single. I can see why she's single because she doesn't realize the best friend is the soulmate, or she should be at least dating them. The Catholic mom, wild. She shares too much information. Also, do she really be down talking her husband like this in the podcast? Does she really be doing that? That's wild. That's That's Catholic mom, I need surgery. Yeah, K-Elf, not a fan. Yeah, me either. They sound all 3 podcasts she made fun of, they all sound horrible. I would never. Yeah, never tell a guy that he's like a brother. Yeah, it's a wrap from there. It's over. That's all right. Well. You said, Jorge said a Catholic wife is better, and shout out to Catholic Black Chick. Yep, shout out to Roxy from a Catholic Black Chick. I gotta hit her back because I sent her the questions and I said what day and time is free for you. Now I know it was the weekend, so I didn't hear anything back, but I'm gonna have to hit her up tomorrow and just be like, hey, don't you forget about me. Like, we need to figure out a time to talk. A day and a time. Alright. Oh, I gotta look up, I gotta look up Tech Boy's interview. So it says Keys for Kids Radio. He said he got interviewed. Alright, hold on it. Alright, your interview's not on here. The last video on here is from a year ago. Tech Boy, did you just get interviewed like today, or did they tell you when it was going up, or? Because they don't even have like a live stream option on their channel. It is up. Is it old then? All right, let's look this up. All right, let me get off YouTube. Maybe that's the problem. Let me go to Google. Ah, here it is. I was on YouTube because that's what I thought. Oh, this one up last month. This one up, hold on, let me make this bigger so you guys can see it too. So it says this kid runs his own tech website. It says Dylan interviews the Tech Boy, who started and runs the biggest Christian tech blog from Texas. The Tech Boy website is a family-friendly technology/product testing blog reviewing technology from authors with different perspectives. It's really fun to talk to him because it's impressive to see that no matter what your age, you can start something new about what you're passionate about. He even brings his faith to the website with a verse of the day page and by explaining the gospel on his Error 404 page, not found page. He's happy to answer tech questions over on his website, thetechboy.org, and you can listen to the full conversation here. This is about 11 minutes long. Before we start, I'm going to actually go use the bathroom real quick before we do anything. So I'm actually going to play y'all a video while I'm gone because it's going to take me like 2 minutes. So this video is 5 minutes. So this should cover me being gone. Ooh, wait a minute. Wrong one. Wrong one. This video's, well, we're not going to see the whole video, but this is from Black Conservative Perspective. And it says, woke students walk out in protest as the school board considers getting rid of gender-neutral bathrooms. Kids sound crazy. But we're going to play this real quick, and I will be right back. Give me like 2 minutes.
All right, guys, so we got to talk about a story that is a little confusing and a little weird, okay? But I'm going to try my best to explain what's going on here. As we have some woke high school students out of New Hampshire that are protesting a new bathroom policy that bans urinals, right? Now, I know you guys will probably scratch your head about, okay, like, what's going on here? That the high school is banning urinals. Well, let me try to explain why they're banning urinals. Well, the reason why they're banning urinals is because the initial bathroom policy for this school district was that they allowed students to use the bathroom based off their gender identity. So whatever a student, believes they are, they can use the bathroom based off of that. Now, a parent and another member of the school board came forward with a new policy proposal, a common sense policy proposal, to have students use the bathroom based off their sex at birth. Now, this came in response to an incident that happened, I believe, at the district's middle school, where a transgender girl used the girls' locker room, okay? And parents clearly were upset with that. They had a problem with it. And so this was proposed to change the bathroom policy. Now, the school board ultimately decided to do a compromise, right? And the compromise is limiting the number of students in bathrooms / locker rooms and, banning urinals, okay? So essentially, they have covered up all the urinals in the boys' bathroom, and you only can use the bathroom in the stalls, okay? So that has limited the number of students that can use the restroom at one time. Now, the students are complaining and protesting over this because they say that the limitations on using the bathroom are causing them problems. It is causing them issues. Now, they're saying that there was nothing wrong with the original policy, right? They're protesting in favor of allowing students to use the bathroom based off their gender identity that they choose. So, without further ado, I want to go ahead and play a couple news clips here so you guys can understand more about what's going on, and then we're going to get into it.
Trash bag. That literally took me like 2 minutes and some seconds, so not bad. We will revisit this, but let's get to Tech Boy's thing real quick. Let's do that.
Thanks for listening to your Faith and Fun on Keys for Kids Radio. I'm Dylan. I got the chance to interview the tech boy who started and runs the biggest Christian tech blog coming out of Texas. He's had a super cool experience, so let's meet him.
Okay, hi. I'm the Tech Boy, CEO of thetechboy.org, and I write technology reviews that are family friendly. And I also review interesting technologies that some people may not be discussing or covering. For instance, I reviewed some kids' video walkie-talkies. I have them right now. I also review some phones that people may not have covered, like a Cosmo Communicator, which is a phone with the keyboard instead of, well, it has a touchscreen, but also has a keyboard. Also, the headset I'm wearing, it's also a review unit.
Oh, cool. How did you get interested in tech?
I guess since I was about 9 years old, I got a tablet for my birthday, and I was interested in seeing what I could do with it. And also, that was the first year I went to a homeschool co-op type school, and they had a computer class, which I took.
So was that kind of your first introduction to more intense technology, like as in?
That was my first introduction to like the internet and technology, basically. Originally, I didn't really have that much interest, but then I got more interested in it.
So what was your experience with technology before you got that tablet?
Not that much. Maybe like a laptop. My mom would teach like we watched television, and my mom would teach a little Bible class for the 4 to 6 year olds, and I was in there, and she played a video on her laptop. But
okay, so just kind of stuff that your parents controlled more, your mom controlled more. So what made you want to start a blog about doing technology?
I looked up ways online to see how we could, or how I could get things to test and review. Since I was interested in technology, like phones, and starting a blog was one of the ways you could do it. So I started it, and the first post went out in July of 2020, and I did a comparison of 2 cell phones. I didn't have them, but I just went online and did some research based on the specs and wrote the article.
Gotcha. Was it hard to be able to do the review without having physical phones in your hand?
I wouldn't say so, because at that time, I like to read, so I was reading reviews for fun and things like that. So it was easy to I already knew how to do this stuff. I already was good at the technology.
Cool. What 2 phones were they?
Oh, it was the Google Pixel 4a and the OnePlus Nord. I think it was the first one. It hadn't launched yet, so it was going off the specs that it launched, and they were saying that it wasn't available in North America. And then it was later reported that it was bend in half, so I just recommended the 4A to everybody.
Yeah, the 4A is definitely a very solid choice for sure. How does being a Christian guide what you write about and how you do what you do on the blog?
On the blog itself, there's the error message, which is actually a salvation message that I found from a free printable. So if you just type in thetechboy.org/whatever or something, you'll find that. And then also when I'm talking to the people online trying to get devices to test, I'm kind to them and don't insult them or anything like that. And then the topics we discuss, we make sure that everything is family friendly and doesn't have any bad language in the posts themselves.
That's cool. I especially like using your error page. Even though they got lost on your website, they can see how they can get found by Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
You talked about the phone comparison you started with, and then the tablet that you got when you were 9. What kind of technology are you most interested in writing about?
Right now, almost anything. So I look for the smaller companies because they send me stuff because it's a smaller blog. And I'm also interested in things that people may or may not be reviewing at the moment. But I'm also interested in cell phones from major companies as well.
Do you work with the companies themselves to be able to get the items that you want to get?
Yeah, I go and contact them via email or support chat. Then they'll either say, oh, we don't do this, or we do this. Or they'll say, oh, we're the support team, contact this email, and then I'll contact that email.
Okay, and just kind of see where it can take you. Okay, cool.
I will tell you this, Tech Boy, what you do when you just randomly emailing people to see where it takes you, if you can get things or not. So I kind of did something similar when I had my media company. So in the very beginning stages, you're not big enough to get media badges to go to these places. So I used to just email people like crazy and be like, can I come here? Can I come here? Can I interview this person or this person? And if they said no, I would then just go straight to whatever the talent was. And then at that point, it's be like, well, you got to give me a badge because I already have interviews time set up with this person, this person, this person. So now we get like stuff that way. Or like in the earlier days too, we used to finesse it. So we would just carry our equipment around like we were important, but we wouldn't have badges to go anywhere. And if you make it seem like you're important enough, people won't even check. Like literally, I'm giving you the juice right now. They'll just be like, oh, the way you're acting, you must belong here because you act like you belong here, and they'll just let you in or give you whatever you need. Like literally. So just keep doing that.
What has been your favorite product that you've reviewed?
That's a good question. The first phone I got to review, other than the one I have, was the Cosmo Communicator. I liked using that one. I went very in-depth on it. I wrote over like 3,000 words.
Wow, that's a lot.
About it.
Yeah.
Talking about the keyboard and the screen and the cameras, GPS accuracy, call quality, things that you see in a full lit phone review. And I also like the things that I get to keep, like the headset.
So those were review units, but they didn't ask for you to bring them back.
Right. Yeah, they asked for the phone back.
Sure.
Because
those are expensive.
But the headset.
You got to keep. That's pretty cool.
You said I read that acting like that worked from the spy school novels. Yeah, but people, you gotta remember, when people write books, they take things from real life. That stuff works all the time. If you act like you're supposed to be somewhere, even though you're not, 9 times out of 10, people will just let you through and just give you things and let you do whatever you want. Because I also got a bunch of review copies of video games, too, at the time. And, like, I didn't review none of them games. We was just playing them on our, because we had a gaming channel at the time. But we never reviewed anything. We're just like, this looks crap, this looks fun, and we would just play stuff. I got so many games for free. Even when we were done doing it for years moving forward, I kept getting, like, free keys to games. Just because, like, I was cool with the people that, like, handled it. Jorge said, The Friar is a very cute kids show on EWTN. The Muppets on the show are a little girl and a frog, and the Friar is a real friar. I'd absolutely... Oh, you still talking about the Muppet thing? Look, I don't know. All I know is whatever that picture was, where they had the guy pretending to be the kid start crying. I can see why that kid was crying. That looked pretty spooky.
If you get to keep an item, does that influence how you review it? Are you more likely to give it like a positive review because you get to keep it? So what's your approach to that?
I try to stay unbiased and keep the reviews as honest as possible.
Yeah, that's all it is.
If I do get to keep it, I either keep it and use it, or I'll sell it and use the profit to buy something else.
Okay, so that helps you keep the blog going and fund more research and more reviews in the future. How many products do you think you've reviewed at this point?
Ooh, let's see. Okay, so there was my personal phone, the Cosmo, the Vaunt lights. Right now I'm in the process of reviewing the headset and the plug. And then I bought these headphones here.
So those are some Bluetooth earbuds?
Yes. I bought them myself because I needed some.
Yeah.
Maybe 10 products I've reviewed online. that I've actually got to have.
Yeah.
Maybe 5 to 10, something around that.
Pretty cool. Sweet. Does that take up a lot of your time then?
It takes up some time, but not too much. Most of the research, like I said, I already like reading tech reviews, so the research is fun.
So how much do you think you spend on the blog each week, like roughly?
A good amount of hours each week after school.
Yeah.
On Saturdays, stuff like that.
So does it ever conflict with other parts of your life, like school, like?
Not really. Since I work hard on the website, for school I just do the schoolwork, and if I have to, like a couple days ago I was editing a video for school. I just did that, but I still had blog articles that were ready to go out.
Gotcha. Say you're working on a review or something that you're like really excited about, but you've also got like a ton of homework to do. Like maybe there's like a test coming up, or you're doing a project or something like that. How do you split your time? Like how do you decide what to do, like what you're gonna do?
Usually at school I finish all my homework.
Oh, at school?
So yes, at school I use my time at school to finish the homework.
Right.
And I like last year we had history tests for vocabulary, so I just get those done. Just do the Quizlets and study.
So you try to do all your school stuff at school, so then you have your evenings and your weekends free to do blog stuff.
Yes.
So are you able to integrate your blog and the other stuff that you're doing for the website into your schoolwork to like help it count for other things, other kinds of learning?
Last year, school project, we made a website for school.
Yeah.
But that was just a Google Sites website. But one time I did show a website article onto a presentation for school that I was doing.
So where do you see this blog going in the future? Are you going to keep writing more articles? Are you going to expand into video? I saw you had a podcast.
Yes, the video podcast. So up until a couple of weeks ago, no one knew, except for like people who knew me, knew that it was a child that was writing it. So I started the podcast about, let's see. Oh yeah, this week will be week 10. And then in about like week 3, I saw this kid online doing his own tech reviews. So I decided to make them video reviews and then have the audio available to download. And just yesterday, I made a video about a sale that Motorola is having.
So how many podcast episodes have you done so far?
9. So I try to do it every Saturday.
So I got to ask, are you Apple or Android? iPhone versus Android? Android?
Android.
Okay. MacBook versus Windows?
Windows. I'm using Windows right now.
Windows, nice. Samsung versus Pixel?
Ooh, that's a good one. I'm team Samsung right now.
Okay,
I might switch to the Pixel 7 Pro.
Okay.
But I like those Samsung features that I don't have right now. But in the flagships, like the stylus, Samsung DeX, which is when you just plug your phone into a monitor and you get a computer. And my favorite app that I use right now all the time to manage my business would be Samsung Secure Folder, which it basically puts an entire operating system on your phone. So you sign in with a separate Google account and can install different apps on the Play Store.
So what are you interested in outside of the blog? Do you do sports or clubs or anything like that?
I'm in the school robotics club.
Oh, nice.
I play with my brothers. We play football.
Pause, you said you're in your school's robotics club. Did I hear that correctly? Because if I did, shout out to your school for actually having a robotics club, because that's actually pretty dope. I wish my school would have one of those. That's awesome. That's actually awesome, Tech Boy. So you do it. When I told you what I was doing, you're going to be like light years ahead by the time you go through school and everything. Which is cool, because that's where the money about to be at. The money about to be in tech. So robotics, IT, go that way. Go that way and stay that way.
So like watching sports.
Nice. What are you into?
My favorite sport to watch is football.
Yeah. Team?
I like the Houston Texans. So I like all the Houston teams.
Is there anything else that you wanted to talk about, like about your blog or something that you for sure wanted to mention?
I like Keys for Kids Radio. So I found it before I had the Adventures in Odyssey Club. I was looking for some audio dramas, and I found them on Keys for Kids Radio. And I started listening to it and found stuff like Kids Corner, Down Lane, and the ones that you guys made, so Red Rock and stuff like that.
Yeah. When do you like to listen?
I like to listen. So right now in our bedroom, we have an Alexa Echo Show 5. So we all have the same bedroom. So we each put in like $20 for it because it was $60 on sale. So we listen at night. So we just say, Alexa, play the Keys for Kids Radio.
Nice.
And in the kitchen, we used to have a radio, but it was all scratchy and broken. I got my mom a Google Assistant, the little puck one, for Christmas a couple years ago, and now we listen with that in the kitchen.
Yeah.
And we schedule it around the times the audio dramas come on. So, for example, at 7 p.m. Central Time, the Adventures in Odyssey drama comes on, and we listen to it there. And then on certain days, it'll be like Adventures in Odyssey, Down Gilead Lane, then Lamplighter, I think, and then they'll start playing music, something like that.
Yeah.
And I'm a big fan of it.
So why do you like to listen to Keys for Kids Radio?
I like to listen to it because of the interesting audio dramas that you have there. Every Friday, actually, if we listen on the radio, we can hear Down Gilead Lane early or on demand on Saturday. And we've listened to like Red Rock like 16 times.
Yeah.
Because it's like 16 episodes, and we've listened for like 4 years. And then also the other dramas, The Pond, Kids Corner.
Thanks for checking out our interview with the Tech Boy. You can find out more from him at thetechboy.org. And you can listen to some of his favorite audio dramas right here with us on Keys for Kids Radio at keysforkids.net.
Nice. Nice, Tech Boy. That's what's up. That's what's up. You already getting interviewed and stuff. That's why you be catching so much smoke from the kids at your school, where they be want to just argue with you about stuff, because you already levels above them. I don't think they fully understand that yet. They just understand something's off about them and you, because they just don't understand. So that's why that's why it is what it is. But keep doing you. Keep doing you. Keep following that path. Yes, well done, young man. Well done. All right, I'm gonna put the video back on that I played when I told you guys I had to use the bathroom, because we done already started it. So, and he's about to get into like the juicy stuff like now. So, you said good kid minus the baseball team. Well, I mean, hey, y'all can talk sports all y'all want.
So you guys can understand more about what's going on, and then we're gonna get into it.
Trash bags over urinals and limiting students in bathrooms and locker rooms to the number of stalls. A new policy implemented this week by the Milford School Board.
None of us actually asked for any sort of change. The whole issue arose from something that happened at the middle school.
A heated meeting Monday night brought forth a proposal to change the district's bathroom policy, which allows students to use whichever bathroom aligns with their gender identity. The proposal would require them to use the bathroom associated with their biological sex.
I've actually suggested a few times that we just make all of the bathrooms single use. You know, people argue that all of your bathrooms at home are unisex, and we've never had any problems.
Superintendent Christy Michaud says the district is working to come up with a compromise, but that's easier said than done. One thing they're looking at is floor-to-ceiling stalls, but there would be some hurdles.
That's going to be quite expensive. It will be. And it's not likely something that we'll be able to, even if funded, and the board does choose to allocate funds to that kind of a project, that we'll be able to do until summertime.
Ultimately.
Okay, and you know what is simplify this? This is very simple. Like, since you don't have money to do all this stuff so everybody can use the bathroom together, have a boys' restroom and a girls' restroom. Boom. I know. Mind-blowing. Crazy. It's been working all these years, and all of a sudden everybody wants to change it. Do that. Do that. It's not complicated. You know, it's not costing you any money because you already got the bathrooms. There you go. Boom. Done.
She says the goal is for all students to feel comfortable at school.
There's a lot of passion on both sides of this conversation. Finding sort of a win-win or a compromise is really hard to do.
And the next school board meeting is scheduled for February 20th. The superintendent says there is a chance that this limited bathroom policy could be revoked before then. Live in Milford, Hannah Cotter, WMUR News 9.
Milford High School students staging a walkout Friday in response to the school board's bathroom restrictions that limit the number of students who can use the facilities to the number of stalls available.
Nobody asked for this. Nobody but the few parents who complained to the school board asked for this.
The board voted on the measure on Monday after a proposal.
I'm gonna be real with you. I know why the students are upset. I mean, think about it. Boys and girls get to use the bathroom together. You're a high school student, your hormones are jumping. So if you cut class with your boyfriend or your girlfriend or whatever, now y'all can be in the bathroom together making out and nobody gonna walk in there and check on y'all because it's normal for y'all to be in the bathroom together. You ain't gotta sneak and do it. Y'all can just go in there together and do whatever you want to do. And the only reason I'm saying that is because when I was in high school, that's literally what a bunch of kids I went to school with did. They would try to sneak they boyfriend or girlfriend into one of the restrooms with them and do things right there in the school. Now, because it looks suspicious, it'd be like, oh, why is a boy or a girl in here? Then a teacher gets called and boom, the spot done got blown up. They're not gonna question it if everybody go in the bathroom together. The parents are very correct to be like, no, y'all shouldn't be doing this. What is this? That's really why the kids are mad. Let's just be honest.
Was brought forth that would change the district's bathroom policy, which allows students to use whichever bathroom aligns with their gender identity. The proposal would require students to use the bathroom associated with their biological sex, male or female. While students agreed they do not like the current bathroom restrictions.
We're all a high school, and the fact that you see this many people out here right now ready to kind of stand against the school board just kind of signifies that.
Some have different...
Well, you also just did a walkout in the middle of school. Like, yeah, if you're allowed to walk out to miss class, those kids are going to walk out to miss class. We did it too when I was in school. I'm not going to lie to you. They were like, if you guys want to walk out, I don't even remember what it was for. But they was like, if you guys are part of the walkout, you get to miss the rest of school. Yeah, we left. It's like, oh, we get to miss school? Awesome. I'm out of here. I don't even know what y'all talking about. I'm gone. The same thing with these kids. Oh, I get to miss class if I just go outside for a little bit? Awesome. I'm going to miss class. Like, it's...
different opinions about what should be done to address the larger issue. As a female, I don't...
What did you say? Hold on. You said I am so weird. I hate missing classes? Tech boy. Tech boy. Look, we gotta have... Look at me. I'm gonna get closer. I'm gonna get closer to you. You sound like one of my friends, okay? When I was in high school, senior year, senior skip day, everybody allowed to skip. You don't even get in trouble that day for skipping. My one friend still went to class. The teacher had to look him in his eyes and was like, why are you here? And he was like, well, I didn't want to miss school because, you know, the attendance and blah, blah, blah. The teacher was like, bruh, get out. What's wrong with you? Nothing's... Get out. Go do whatever y'all are supposed to do today as seniors. That's you, tech boy. Bruh, it's okay. I'm not saying miss every class, but like, you are weird. In that regard, you are weird. Said nobody asked for this. Girl, you're 15. You don't know anything. I guarantee that everyone's parents asked for this. Facts. Everyone's. Well, Nikki says you're not weird. All I'm gonna say is when it do come to those special little days where you have a pass to skip, please skip, my guy. Please. It's okay. You're not gonna get in trouble. Just skip.
I don't think that it's safe to have males in our bathroom.
This is creating just a complex system of inequality within our LGBTQ plus students.
Teachers, parents, and administrators tell News 9 they're happy students were able to come together peacefully.
He said, it has been said that I am weird, far right, and quote, how am I even here? Honestly, Tech Boy, you're fine. Despite me joking around with you right now, you're actually fine. I too was the weird kid in high school. I was also the nerd. Not far right though. I never had that thrown at me, but I also didn't care about politics and stuff. So my line of thinking, even though I had certain morals and values I still have to this day, there really wasn't like a whole, when I was coming up, it wasn't like a liberal conservative weren't the terms being thrown around. I probably would have been, but that wasn't like a thing when I was younger. At least at the schools I went to. Probably elsewhere, but. I decided to stay at school and skip a robotics tournament. That is how dedicated I am. So, bro, you're in robot. It was a tournament. It's okay for you to go to that tournament. It's still school related. It's robotics. Stuff like that, you can go to stuff like that. It's okay. Like, it's all right, bro. Like, You didn't have to miss a robotics tournament to stay at school. Your team needed you. You should have went to the tournament. In the future, when you have stuff like that, it's okay to go to stuff like that. Facts, Nikki. Facts. It says you're fine. You be judging yourself by their standards, and their standards are very wrong, as you already know. They are very a part of this world, and we are supposed to separate ourselves, which you've already done. But for real though, when you have tournaments and stuff, it's okay for you to go to them tournaments. Those are still school related. You can go to those. It says the rainbow is supposed to represent a covenant that God would not flood the world. Facts. That's exactly what it is. Hale says, Tech Boy, you are through the grace of God, miracle of life. You are here tonight through God's grace somehow with us. Love you, little man. Aww. I need an all little sound button I could push. And Just a Girl said, it's good you're focusing on your education, though. That is true. That is true, because most people your age aren't really worried about their education. Most people your age are just lazy, bro. They live on social media because it gets worse and worse as the years go by.
So proud of our students, I really am.
This is what gets the attention needed to make a decision that's best for everybody.
And I've reached out to every board member, and the ones who've responded say that they hear students' concerns and that this is an issue that will have to be brought up again. The next board meeting is scheduled for February 20th. Live tonight in Milford.
Yeah, so you seen that, you heard that. And now, oh my God, it always amazes me how these students find, time and effort to protest everything except education, right? They protest everything except what they actually go to school for, okay? But I guess that is by design, right? Our school system, our public school systems basically don't want to educate our kids on anything useful. They want to educate them on being LGBTQ BLM activists. And you're seeing that right now with this story, okay? They're literally trying to be activists because they want to keep a policy that allows girls and boys to use the same bathroom. And they say that they're being inconvenienced by the compromise from the school board, which they probably are. I mean, I'm pretty sure that is an annoying policy. Like, I get it. Having limited people use the bathroom probably means that, again, students are waiting to go to the bathroom, and that probably does get in the way of classroom time. So, again, I 100% understand it from that perspective. Now, again, here's the problem. Because these students claim that, well, there was no issues with the prior policy. Well, the problem is that there actually was an issue. The issue is that there was an incident where a transgender girl went to use the girls' locker room, right, or girls' restroom.
So
okay,
a man or a
girls
boy.
in there, biological girls, were uncomfortable with a biological boy being in the bathroom. Clearly, parents are not comfortable with this. Okay, so that in and of itself is an issue. So what you do is that you change the policy to a common sense policy. You say, no, you use the bathroom based off your biological sex. Problem solved. And any transgender students that have a problem with that can just go use the single-use stalls. It's really that simple, because how many transgender students realistically do they have in that high school and that middle school? Maybe a few dozen, if that, right? If that, okay, statistically speaking, should be less than that, but who knows? Again, these kids, they're super woke, okay? So there might be more, who knows? But regardless, there's still such a minority that you're not really inconveniencing anybody by just saying, look, if you're not comfortable using the bathroom based off your sex at birth, then just use a single use. Everybody's happy, because I guarantee you there are more girls that are gonna be uncomfortable using the bathroom with biological boys. And in this case right here, you have teenagers who most likely have not, got their Johnson cut off, right? So they're still swinging, right? So they're probably gonna be more uncomfortable. There's gonna be more girls that are gonna be uncomfortable with that than transgender students who are gonna be uncomfortable using a restroom based off their sex at birth or having to use a single use restroom. I don't understand why is it that the feelings of such a small minority are always prioritized over everybody else. I don't get it. I really don't get it. I really don't understand it.
I don't get that either.
And
I'm gonna tell y'all a quick little story. When I went to Pittsburgh to go to the church,
On the way there was like a service area. We were probably like 30 minutes out at this point. And if you don't know what a service area it is, it's just a rest stop. That's all it is. So we stopped in the rest stop on the way there because my mom had to use the bathroom. Used the bathroom, got snacks and drink, back in the car, went to the church. On the way home, right? On the way home, we hit the same exact service area. So hit the same exact one, went to go use the bathroom. And when I came out the bathroom, my mom was already at the sink washing her hands. And there was other women in there to like the left of her, right? I was the only one to the right of her. I walk up to the sink next to my mom. 2 sinks down was what I thought was a tall girl in a dress with like a safety vest on top of the dress. Why? I don't know. I don't know why a safety vest was on the dress. I noticed this chick kept staring at my mom. So I'm just like, what, she got beef with my mom or something? Because my mom was just washing her hands and trying to figure out how to get the soap out the thing. I better look over. The girl in a dress is actually a dude in a dress. So it's a whole man. And I'm just looking at him. And I noticed the women to his left, they weren't even paying attention, right? They washed their hands, dried them, bounced. So now it's just the 3 of us in the bathroom. And he's like eyeing my mom pretty hard. So I'm not even thinking about washing my hands at this point. Now I'm in protector mode because I'm like, yo, if this dude want to go, if he still got his thing, I'm kicking first before I start swinging. Because at least if I kick him, he'd be on the ground and I can get a couple hits in at least while my mom run out the bathroom. But I know she kept staring at my mom smiling. And before I could say anything, my mom figured out how to get the soap out and thing. And once she figured that out, he was just like nodded his head and went back. So I guess he was thinking about helping her how to use that or something. I didn't know what was going on at first because all I'm seeing is a dude in the bathroom. And then like he finished washing his hands and bounced. And I didn't say anything at first until we got out, and then I saw him in front of like a Panera trying to order. So like all you can hear, he's like, yeah, so what's good with the breakfast muffins and stuff. Whole dude, so it still even sounded like a dude. And I looked at my mom and I was like, yo, that was a whole man that was like 2 sinks away from you. And she looked over and it, like realized, well, it was like, she was like, oh, that's a dude. I was like, you don't hear him? You don't hear him talking? And it took her to like focus for a minute. And she was like, yo, I wasn't even paying attention because I was trying to wash my hands. I'm like, I was laser focused on him once I found out it was a dude. I immediately became uncomfortable because I'm like, I don't care you got this dress on, why are you over here? Men's bathroom is right next door. Just go to the men's one. I don't know. I was uncomfortable. So I can only imagine a teenager being uncomfortable in a locker room when now y'all naked and stuff. We was just using the bathroom, washing hands. Now you gotta like get naked and change into other clothes. Yeah, I'd be completely uncomfortable in that situation. Cause I'm an adult and I was uncomfortable in that situation. So I can't even imagine kids being in it. Can't even imagine. Yeah, it's not right. It's not right at all. You said temperance and prudence are needed in these times too. I know it threw me off guard, but I was ready. I played bodyguard pretty well because I'm just like, make one wrong move, I'm kicking you square in the nuts. It's gonna happen. Like it's gonna happen. It's like, you're not gonna touch my mama.
And I just love when people bring up this like false comparison. They say, well, at home, you know, the bathrooms are gender neutral, so why can't they be in public? And I'm like, are you really that dense? Are you really that stupid, right? To not see the difference between using a public restroom and using a restroom in your house. Okay, first and foremost, in your house, you're with your family. You're with people that you actually know, okay, that you live with every single day, okay, or guests that you actually know. Second of all, most bathrooms in houses are going to be single use, right? You're only going to have one person in there at a time, okay? I don't have a problem with gender neutral single use, you know, restrooms or whatever. I have no issue with that. I have no issues with that whatsoever. What I have a problem with is
I don't have an issue with that either. Like, honestly, if it's single use, I really don't have an issue with that being gender neutral because it's only one person at a time anyway, so who cares? But it's the multiple stall bathrooms. I don't like that. Because now California, so LAX, a few colleges are starting to do this, but LAX are now placing urinals in the women's bathrooms at the airport, and they're putting the little tampon machines in the men's bathrooms at the airport makes no sense. Makes no sense. My mom would have turned around and left if she walked into the bathroom and saw a dude. Yeah, when we went in there, so when we walked into the bathroom, we heard people in the stalls, but we didn't actually see anybody. So, you know, we got pee. We went into our own stalls. It wasn't until we came out, I just saw people washing their hands. I didn't get laser focused. Like, if I didn't notice him looking at my mom, I probably would have just been at the sink washing my hands because he left out before us anyways. I probably would have never noticed that because he had on a whole dress and everything. But no, if we would have walked in and saw that, we would have definitely walked right back out. We would have definitely. I would have asked him to leave. I was debating if I should have. Because he didn't say nothing to nobody and nobody else noticed. So I'm like, he about to be out of here anyways. Is it worth the argument if he's like 5-10 seconds away from leaving regardless? Because I really did sit there and think about that. Now, if he would have walked in while we were there and I noticed, I would have been like, sir, you're not peeing in here. But he was about to be out anyways because he was at the stage where he was like drying his hands. He was just staring at my mom, which threw me off. If not us to him, I agree with you. I was just trying to determine if the fight was worth it considering he was like on his way out.
Restrooms in public that are supposed to be used by multiple people at the same time that are gender neutral. That is when it becomes a problem because I don't want to go into a men's bathroom and have a woman using the bathroom. I don't want to do that. That's uncomfortable for me as a man. It is.
Nikki says it doesn't matter. He's in the wrong place. That's where temperance comes in. And if it ever happens again, I'll definitely say something next time. It just threw me off so bad because I had never encountered this before anyways. So my mind was kind of like, he on the way out. So should you get into this argument while he on the way out? And then in the same breath, it was like, yo, if he touched my mom or tried to touch my mom, I should say try because he would have never touched her. If he tried to touch my mom, he getting kicked square in the nuts. He's getting square up in there. You said if he's on his way out, thank him for leaving and encourage him not to return. Ooh. That's actually probably a better way of putting it. That actually doesn't seem like a bad way of going about that. Just so it's kind of like in his mind to be like, hey, don't ever do this again. Because then he'll think back to that moment. That's not a bad option on how to handle that either. So you tolerated him, no drama, your mom's safety, I don't know. Yeah, it was weird. I had never been in that situation before because that threw me off so bad. Because I used to work with a guy that started the transition to becoming a trans woman, but he never used the women's restrooms at work. Like, he still would go in the men's restrooms. Which, like, shout out to him for at least having, like, at least some sort of common sense to do that regardless of even starting the surgery processes. It confused a lot of people. I'm not gonna lie to you. It confused a lot of people because he still did that. But he knew at the end of the day, he was like, I have to keep using this men's bathroom or else it's gonna be some problems. Cool. I'm glad you have the thought process to figure that out. I've never dealt with one that was actually in a bathroom before.
So again, I'm trying to figure out why in the world is the feelings of a majority of the population are always put to the back seat when it comes to the feelings of a very small minority of the population. This is what I don't understand about this issue. Because I don't think it was anything wrong with the proposal to change it to a common sense policy of, yeah, use the bathroom based off your biological sex. I think that issue, you have no issues. Yeah, the transgender students might whine and cry about it and talk about how they feel in danger and yada, yada, yada. But again, they're a small minority and they can go use the single-use restroom. That way, most students, right, or all the students really for the most part are going to be comfortable using the bathroom, and, you know, young girls don't have to worry about using the bathroom with boys. Or, you know, a boy who is not transgender who may take advantage of that, you know, policy in some way to use the restroom with, you know, a girl, right? Or to try to, I don't know, sneak a peek or do something crazy. Stuff like that happens. And policies, you know, like the original policy open the door to that type of stuff happening. And if it happens once, that is one too many times. That is a young girl's life being ruined because of a silly policy that should have never been in place from the start. But again, the feelings of the woke, right, take priority over everybody else. And it just happens in every single situation. And it is extremely, extremely, extremely annoying. And I'm tired of it. I'm sick of it. Okay? These people's feelings are not more important than everybody else's. They're not, right? So I don't understand why we have to continue to capitulate to this stuff when, again, the common sense policy should make everybody happy. It really should, right? And really, to be honest with you, again, the minority should be capitulating to the majority. They should be trying to say, hey, I need to do whatever makes everybody else comfortable, because ultimately that makes everybody comfortable. But they don't want to do that because, again, it's about special rights, not equal rights. Special rights, not equal rights. So let me know what you guys.
Yeah, I agree with what he said at the end there. Because I don't know why we keep bending the knee to like such a small group. They don't run everything. They don't run everything at all. I lived with several transgenders after I became Christian. It was a learning experience. Oh, I bet it was. I bet that was a learning experience. We need to bring Christ back in the equation and pray. Don't stop praying. Yeah, I agree with that. Look, y'all, to be honest, I love LGBT folks. They're awesome. Perverted, but really awesome. And they respond to being called out just like the rest of us. Yeah, I have no issue. I have a bunch of friends that are gay. So I don't have any issue with them. Outside of praying, you can always, like, try to spread the word with them, like try to tell them what it is. And I'm not saying shove it down their throats, because shoving it just like, you're gonna go to hell if you don't repent and blah, blah, blah. There's a way of going about like sharing the word and whatnot. And that's up to them at the end of the day, because we all had free will if we were going to accept this gift or not, right? Of being Christian. If they don't want to accept it, all we can do from there is just keep praying that one day they will open their eyes and their hearts will soften. But it's just, ugh. You said my cat flipped out. She's hearing Greg's voice and your voice. Heart stares. I'm sorry, kitty. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to flip you out. Greg didn't mean to flip you out. Yeah, when we call them out in love, they respond for the most part. It depends. Some respond in a positive way, even if it's, and when I mean positive, like there's no yelling and craziness back and forth. They may just be like, might have a civil conversation, they just choose to agree to disagree, which is still positive compared to like the ones that just straight up yell and curse at you and act crazy. Because when they do that, that is their inner demon lashing out. That's really what that is. And I'm going to show y'all. I'm going to give y'all an example. Because I saw this earlier today. And I was like, oh, I have to share this at some point. Maybe it's not in my bookmarks. Maybe it's in my likes. Ah, it is. Okay. The way this guy lashes out, right? This is his demon taking over.
In here who is willing to try to stand for the pro-choice side. So how would you defend the pro-choice side?
What?
How would you defend the pro-choice side? Why is it good to kill children in the womb?
I don't think any of this is first, they're not children, and I don't have to defend them because I'm not having a fucking abortion.
Okay. So you insulted us, trying to do stuff. This is what you do. Yeah, this is what you do. This is the pro-choice side. In here who is willing.
Y'all saw how he was acting? He randomly sucker punched the guy twice, which was uncalled for because the guy was just asking a question for whatever they're doing down there. And then like the crazy, it's like that's his demon lashing out. When you say anything, when people go that crazy, You could be preaching the word. You could be talking about God. The guy walking around the mall with the t-shirt on that said Jesus saves, and it was just freaking the security guard out the way it did. That's those people's inner demons. That's all that really is, right? And we done read stories about that right in the Bible, where when people's demons be lashing out. All we can really do in that moment is just pray for them. That one day they just see it for what it is. We don't have to agree. You see, he's pro-choice, right? Don't have to agree in the moment. You can have a civil conversation and respectfully disagree with somebody. Nothing wrong with that. But that whole lash out and attacking thing, that's just... That's all that is. You said the cat's a fan. Hey, that's what's up. That's what's up. Tech Boy says, like I say at school, I love everyone. I just disagree with them. And there's nothing wrong with that. You can disagree with somebody. Like I said, you can respectfully disagree with anybody. And that's okay. That's okay. And not all of them are possessed, many demons either. Some are, but most are not. They are just oppression, perhaps. It could be. Yeah, it could be. Because our flesh is like, it's already dipped in sin, so yeah. Jorge was like, demonic. Demonic. But yeah, not always. We battle against the world, the flesh, and the demonic. And then please don't see a demon behind every single thing. That could be true. Some people, so like you said, some people are possessed though. I don't know, this guy, I mean the whole like the random lash out with the blah blah. He could be. He could be though. But some people with the oppression, so that's more so the people that are, when we were watching the video earlier and how like all the people surrounding the guy in the suit, how they were just freaking out because he was saying common sense stuff. I could see their freakouts, there's no demons in them, right? I wouldn't say a demon is in them with their freakouts. It's just based on how they were raised. Yeah, some humans are just crazy. Like that one girl with multiple personalities, Legion had multiple demons. Oh, from that video I did? Is that what you're talking about? Or no, you might be talking about the girl from the Bible. Oh no, you are talking about the video I did. She had multiple personality disorder. But I said that in that video though. I don't think she had demons. She has a mental illness that needs to get fixed. Said possession is very rare. Most gave demonic oppression. But talk to a few exorcists, they'll break it down. Y'all always be wanting me to talk to exorcists and stuff, or have an exorcist come to my house. I know that's not what this conversation is. I'm gonna have to do that at one point, aren't I? Because I be looking into Catholicism and stuff. It's gonna happen. It just reminds me of horror movies. Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think multiple personality disorder is demonic at all. She just needs mental help. But I said that in that video though. I didn't say she had demons. I said she had multiple personality disorder. Tech Boy? Okay, Tech Boy. You said you want to be on Media Matters. The same people with Matt Walsh, he was like, don't listen to Media Matters. That what actually happened was. That's gonna be you, Tech Boy. I know I was on there. Don't listen to them. I really said this. He said, otherwise we'll misjudge others and accuse them of being possessed by demons, which is ignorant. So you think, I got rid of the video. So when the guy was the whole crazy, blah, 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 random outburst, you don't think that was a demon inside of him, though? You think that was just, Him just supporting his pro-choice views. We'll put it like that. Him just supporting the pro-choice views. It might not be that easy to talk to an exorcist since their identities are supposed to be. Well, you guys told me to like all the podcasts and stuff, especially I think there was a podcast from that caught the Catholic talk show. Honestly, I could just watch one of those. It's okay because I'm pretty sure I can get the breakdown. I could watch one of those. So most are not demonic possession. So we need experience and discernment. Oh, but then Nikki said it's easy to talk to an exorcist. See, I don't know. I have no idea. That's probably, that I would have to look into that. That's something I would have to look into. Because I have no idea. I know the podcasts are on here, though, because a few of y'all already recommended me to watch a few of them. If everyone knew where they lived, then everyone would be blowing up their phones. But hold on. Okay, so wait a minute. Because that Catholic comedian, she made that joke, though. She said, y'all don't like our religion, but y'all be the first ones to call a Catholic priest when you need an exorcism taken over. So ain't that the priest's job, though? Don't they know how to do exorcisms, or is it only like certain people? Because she did make that joke, and she's Catholic. What did you say, KL? You said, I had to play with the Ouija board in my youth. You got more field trips. You had to? You had to play with the Ouija? Look, if horror movies have taught me one thing, that's the one thing you don't play with. That is the one thing you do not play with. Yeah, got to go through the Catholic Church to get an exorcist. Yeah, that was the joke. So who is that? That's not the priest then? Oh, very few are exorcists, so not all priests do exorcism. Oh, okay. So not all priests do it, but based on this comment, they can put you in contact with one. That's what you're saying. Oh, you said peer pressure. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, that's tough. That's tough. I'm gonna be real with you. I was not the kid that succumbed to peer pressure. That was not me. They would have been like, play with this or you're gonna be a lame. I would have been like, look, I'm already the lame. I'm already the nerd. Like, I'm cool. I'm not playing with that. Okay, so yeah, that was correct. Okay, I got you, Nikki. What did you say, Tech Boy? I can't watch DuckTales for the demonic content. DuckTales? Oh, you had mentioned a new one that you talking about the rebooted version. Because I know the one I grew up on is not demonic. We're not going to put that out here on Keith Lee's internet, okay? That's not about to happen. It sucked. You just better pray y'all didn't open a portal to something and it followed you. Or one of them, or... Yeah, but not all are exorcists. Okay. Alright. I'm still learning, y'all. I'm still learning. Gizmo Duck, Darkwing Duck. DuckTales, woohoo, ba-doo-doo-doo. You said exorcism are chosen by their peers. They don't choose it for themselves. I promise you, I would not want to be the one that got chosen. I couldn't even imagine my peers came up to me and was like, saying we think you're the one, I'd be like, I am not. Please get your hands off of me. Please choose somebody else for this job title. I do not want it. It's like, I don't want to do it. That sounds like, okay, I know this is a TV show, but that sounds like some supernatural stuff right there. Which we know spiritual warfare and all that stuff is real. We know all that. I'm just, in terms of like how all that happens and calling somebody to do it, that's like somebody like looking at Sam and Dean and just be like, you guys are next in line. That's wild. I was more into Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers. I like Chip and Dale too. They were pretty good. Would you say I was telling a kid about how we did not get Monopoly Steelers Edition? Huh? What does that mean? Yeah, so it's an appointed job. They find you. Yeah, that's crazy. Would you choose to be an exorcist? Heck no. Look, some people might choose that. Some people might just be like, hey, I really want to get into this. I'm with you, Nikki. No, not me. But you said chosen by their peers. I wouldn't even want to get chosen by my peers for that. They'd be like, trust us, saying you are the one. I'd be like, I am not. Go pick somebody else. I'm not doing it. Others got to see that gifting in you. That's the one gift I would not want. Period. I wouldn't want that at all. Would you say, Tech Boy, because they may teach us to steal? Monopoly Steelers, is that the joke? Because you talking about the football team? Or are you really talking about a stealing edition? All right, hold on. All right, let me put another, but if you're called, you gotta go. No, hold on. What did you say? But if you're called, you gotta go, saying your obedience is if that's your gift. I feel like that if I ever got called to that, I feel like that'd be the biggest joke God ever played on me. And I would question him every day. I'd be like, why? Every day when I pray, I'd be like, God, thank you for everything, blah, blah, blah. I go through my whole prayer, and then I would just look up like this and be like, why I got you here? Why you give me this gift? Like, why you do that? I didn't ask for this. Like, please take it back. Here, I give it back to you to give to somebody else. I'd be cracking jokes the whole time. I'd be like, please take it back, God. I don't want it. I don't want to do it. Take it back. Okay, don't say that. Saying you've been the one. We have multiple peoples enjoying your company to goof off. I don't want it. Nikki, don't say that. But Moses was called and he laughed too? Really? Oh, no. What, I gotta act like I like it so it can skip me? Because I feel that'd be the biggest joke in the world. Somebody who thinks all this is spooky and it'd be like, huh, you got the gift. I sure don't. Paul thought God was nuts for calling him too. Jorge said the apostles had the gift of exorcism. I know. I read that. I know. Nikki just rubbing it in. You gonna be obedient in the end no matter what saying. She like, you gonna do it regardless. You know you is. Why are you talking so loud right now? I'm gonna need all y'all. I'm gonna need all y'all to just quiet down. I don't need him hearing anything. To be like, oh, you think it's a joke? You think I won't give you this gift? Boom, you got it. You're gonna do what God calls you to say. All y'all in. The gift chooses you. I guess I'm gonna just act like that's not a thing, and I'm a hope that's the one gift I don't have. Why can't I have the gift like Saint Valentine? His gift was marrying people in secret and keeping families together and men from going off to war. That sounds awesome, you know? What about uniting people and just bringing them together and what about teaching? That's a good gift right there. I want those gifts. We just gonna say I got those. I have those gifts. Yup, we got those gifts. Exorcism? That's not my gift. That's one of y'all in chat. That K-Elf just said he played with the Ouija board growing up because of peer pressure. That might be his gift. K-Elf, that's your gift. That's your gift right there. That might be yours. We be praying for other gifts for you, saying desires of your hearts. You have the gift of teaching? Maybe. Debatable. I'll take that. No, you know what? You're right. You're right, Nikki. You're right. Yes. The gift of teaching. You hear that, God? Yeah, I know. You gave it to me. Yup. That's the gift. That's the one you gave me, God. Yes, thank you. Teaching. Mwah. I love you. Teaching. I'll take it. Look at Gail. Gail's like, so I'm the evil? No, you're not evil. You're not evil. I was just saying that might be your gift. That might be yours. Teaching, yes. Nikki said mine was teaching. I'll take it. Yup, that sounds great. I'll take that gift. All right, the next video. So the next video is from KJV Pictures. And it's titled, The Judgment Awaiting All Saved Christians. And it says, The Judgment Seat of Christ. I have never seen this before. Y'all know, I watch stuff for the first time with you. I don't know how accurate this is. It's from the King James Version. So this is probably on the Protestant side of things, more than likely. So all my Catholics, when y'all be in chat and be like, that ain't right. That ain't right. I know. If you say it, I know. I know. But we're gonna watch this. This is about 5.5 minutes long. It just sounded interesting, so we're gonna see what this is.
Hi, brothers and sisters.
Is this a cartoon?
Too many times when I speak to Christians
I'll take a cartoon
about rewards and inheritances at the judgment seat of Christ, I hear things like,
right about now.
"Oh, I don't care about rewards. I'm just happy to be saved."
When I'm in heaven, I'll be so happy I won't care about rewards. Being with Jesus is all the reward I need, honey.
If you feel the same way, then you're very much like this particular man who just got rescued from his burning house. Is there anyone else?
Oh no, Jorge said I avoid the King James like the plague. Ooh, shots fired. Shots fired. That's actually the version I read out of. But this is my first Bible. So, once I am done with this, I will move on to the next one. And then the next one, and the next one. And who knows where my learning journey is going to be then. You know? Oh, you guys are talking about something else. It's Martin Luther's interpretation. Yeah, I know. You gotta remember, I'm on the Protestant side of things. I know. I learned all that after the fact, though. So the whole reason I bought this, whole reason I went out and got this is because when I decided to become Christian in the group I joined, which was a Protestant group, The guy who was running it was just like, oh, King James Version is like the best version. I didn't know. All I know is I'm a brand new Christian. I know nothing. And it's like, you know what? I just want to get into Bible study and start learning the word because I just decided today I'm going to be Christian. But with everything that I've learned and probably where I'm going to be going with my path, because at the path I'm going, I'm probably going to be Catholic at some point. I'm going to just be real with y'all. And I already told Kyle that. All right, just a girl, good night. Good night. Ooh, you got to be up at 4. Ooh. Oh, you said that last time too. Whew. Well, you have a wonderful night. I hope you had a wonderful Valentine's Day earlier today before you hopped into the stream. And I hope you have a wonderful Wednesday as well. Thank you for joining like you always do. I truly appreciate it. But that's really the whole reason I get that. But like I was telling Kyle, the more I keep learning, I'm probably going to end up on the road of Catholic at some point. Because to me, at this moment in time, it makes the most sense, right? But I'm going to keep, I'm going to keep learning a little bit more before I make that decision.
House in the house. yeah, my whole family. And my dog. Wait, and my cat. Oh, and my Pokemon card collection.
What?
Reporting live to you now at the scene of the fire, it appears the entire structure has collapsed, killing everyone inside. We're being told that one man appears to have been rescued from the fire. Let's see how he's doing. Sir, we just heard your whole family was inside the building when it collapsed. Tell us, how are you feeling?
Well, I'm just happy that I was saved.
Yo, that's wild. He was like, I'm just happy I was saved. That sounds crazy. Oh, give me the NAB. It's used in the liturgy and approved by United States Council of Bishops. Yeah, so when I first joined that group, even though he said to get the King James Version, when he would do the Bible studies in the beginning stages, he used the NAB version to like do the Bible studies because a lot of people was like, I don't understand King James. So he was using that to do the Bible studies, which to me was fine. I didn't have an issue with that either. And I was kind of like, I probably should have got this because it's more clearer to understand, even though I have no issue reading that and comprehending it. It's just more clearer, because it's English that we can understand. It's not Shakespearean English, but yeah, I don't have an issue with that either.
You might think I'm exaggerating here, but I'm really not. The judgment seat of Christ is the judgment that all saved Christians will go through one day, when the works that we've done for Jesus Christ are consumed in fire, revealing the true nature behind them. Any bad works are burned up, and any good works are rewarded. Paul writes,
For we must all appear before...
Wait, good works... Wait. Because I haven't read the whole Bible yet. I'm 6 months in, so basically I don't read half the Bible at this point. If we wanted, because it takes like a year. If you do like a proper reading guide, which is basically kind of what I'm on, it takes a year to kind of read the Bible. He said good works. What I've read, there's a section I read where it says how you act here, you get like certain rewards in heaven, and there's like certain how in heaven to me in like broken down to certain parts, right? Depending where you are. I don't know. That's kind of how I read. So like you get certain rewards in heaven. What does he mean like the good works stay and then the bad works get burnt up and stuff? What does he mean by all that? If that's in there, I haven't read any of that yet because maybe I'm just not at that part. Like, did he say works? Amen to faith and works. Could be those who've understood scripture for millennia prior to Luther understood correctly. So purgatory. So he's talking about purgatory? I don't know. Oh, you're talking to Tech Boy.
Before the judgment seat of Christ.
Oh no, you are talking to me, so it's about purgatory. See, our side of the fence, there is no purgatory. They call it Sheol. And then that's where you wait out until like everything kicks off in Revelation, and then there's like New Jerusalem and all that crap. Alright, I don't know.
That every one may receive the things done in his body according to that he hath done, whether it be good or bad. Knowing therefore the terror of the Lord, we persuade men.
Notice the words in verse 11. Knowing therefore the terror of the Lord. If you think it's going to be all peaches once you're in heaven, think again. God doesn't wipe away our tears until after the millennial reign. Paul also writes,
Every man's work shall be made manifest, for the day shall declare it, because it shall be revealed by fire. And the fire shall try every man's work of what sort it is. If any man's work abide, which he hath built thereupon, he shall receive a reward. If any man's work shall be burned, he shall suffer loss, but he himself shall be saved, yet so as by fire.
So what does it all mean? Why does it matter if you get rewards in heaven if you're still saved either way? Well, that's because your rewards at the judgment seat of Christ dictate whether you will rule and reign with Christ in his millennial kingdom with him. Your salvation is secure, yes, praise the Lord, but if you come up empty-handed at the judgment seat, then you won't receive a crown, a reward that gives Jesus glory by his servants ruling and reigning with him when he sits on his earthly throne. Can't you see now? Your reward isn't for you, it's for him. Your reward is serving him in the millennial kingdom. And if you don't have a crown, you won't serve him, you won't reign with him. So all this, oh, I don't care about rewards nonsense is really just a false humility from an unlearned Christian who is really saying, oh, I don't want to suffer for Christ.
I'm good with what he did for me, but I'm not going to do anything for him. I don't care about giving him glory. I'm just worried about me.
The judgment seat of Christ terrifies me, as it should. I mean, seriously, how much have you or I really suffered for Christ? Ruckman used to put it like this.
The thing is, go home and write down, here's what to write down. Write down something you did for the Lord because he wanted you to do it and told you to do it. And when you did it, you got no glory for it, no blessing from it, no praise from it, no credit for it, and it did you more harm than good. That'll go through the fire.
So let this be a warning to those of you who aren't doing anything for him. Do something, anything, even if it makes you uncomfortable, especially if it makes you uncomfortable. Hand out a tract, share a YouTube video, talk to your unsaved family or friends about salvation. Just do something. One day, very soon, you're going to be standing in front of your Savior, the man who created you, who died for you. How will you feel if you can't give anything back to him in return? And the irony is, everything you give to him, he gives right back. What an amazing God. Thank you all for watching. For a more in-depth study of the judgment seat,
That's what my sister-in-law, her parents, they're very religious. Like they went to go learn, what is it, like Greek? Yeah, they went to go learn Greek so they could like actually read the original scriptures and stuff. And they went to go do something else as well. And they were telling me, my brother was telling me that his wife's father was talking about how he's like keeps his crown polished because he wants to get the rewards in heaven. I guess that's what they were talking about in here. I'm with it. Slide, what's going on, my man? Welcome to the stream. You kind of late though, my brother. You kind of late. So it is about purgatory. You said Luther and Calvin upheld purgatory and the Marian doctrine. The Marian doctrines. What are the Marian doctrines? Calvin and Luther never denied purgatory. Purgatory is I don't even know how to pronounce this word. I'm going to just say Christian doctrine. Only was it recently changed due to sola scriptura. Okay. Thank you. And the Apocrypha is vital. I was actually gonna read that at some point. That and the Book of Enoch, and there's another one. I always forget what the other one is called. You have the Apocrypha, the Book of Enoch. Why do I always forget the other one? My Jewish bubby taught me from the Apocrypha, especially Maccabees. I learned Maccabees a few months ago, like for the first time. I forgot I think Kyle, somebody said it on Kyle's channel when he was interviewing them. And then, and they mentioned it in the chat box when I got interviewed too. And I was like, what is a Maccabee? I had to look that up, and then I like looked into it because I was like, yo, what is this? I didn't know what they was talking about. And that sola scriptura would also mean that the Old Testament is all you need since the New Testament hadn't been written yet. Ah, Jorge, don't tell a Protestant that. So I accepted purgatory because of Maccabees, which my Jewish bubby read to me. Okay. Oh, you just been in the bushes? I feel it, brother. I feel it. I got you. Even if it were not canonical, which it is, Maccabees supports remission of sins, temporal punishment after death. Why always leave with homework after my live streams? Because y'all... So we Jews have always prayed for the dead and departed souls. That I do know. So that I do know, Nikki. I do know that, at least. Okay, I have to go to bed. Bye. All right, see you, Tech Boy. Thank you for stopping through like you always do. I hope you had a wonderful Valentine's Day, whatever y'all did at school. I hope you had a wonderful Valentine's Day. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of the week, my guy. Yeah, and I'm glad we got to check out your interview as well. The argument's Apocrypha is flimsy at best. I'll tell you guys this. Because I'm down, y'all already know, I'm pretty open-minded, and I'm just kind of like, if it's here, like, I don't care if you think it's canonical or not. I kind of, like, why wouldn't you want to just read it anyways because it's there? So usually Protestants, it's just kind of like, oh, Catholics in them got them 7 extra books. I ain't reading that. But why? Like, why do you think they have the 7 extra books? Don't care. They're wrong. It's like, okay, but even if you think they're wrong, wouldn't you want to read it anyways, just to kind of have the knowledge of whatever they're reading, you know? And it's the same with, like, the Book of Enoch and the Apocrypha and stuff. I've heard so many Protestants just be like, I'm not reading that because that's not canonical. Well, who cares if it is or isn't? Don't you want to just read it because it's there? Like, at least, like, on, like, the most basic level, like, don't you just want the knowledge of whatever's in that book? Like, if you don't want to believe it, don't believe it. If you truly believe it's not canon, don't believe it. But why would that stop you from reading it though? That's something I never understood, because from jump, once I started learning about all these different books and stuff, I was kind of like, ooh, I want to read all this. I was just like, I want to read this. I want to read that. Oh, the original stuff is written in what? I want to learn this language now. I'm just kind of like, I just want to learn it all. I never understood the clone's mindset of like, I'm only going to read this, and I'm only going to believe these 66 books, and if anybody says anything different or they say this is wrong, then they're wrong. And it's like, I don't get why. Why do you think like that? I never understood that. And that's probably why I'm like so open to like all this stuff, because I don't know, I'm not closed-minded about any of this. You said the Roman and ancient Eastern liturgies include prayers for the dead. Hold on, Tech Boy, I thought you left. You said, speaking of Valentine's Day, does the word promposal sound like an attack? No, it's just, I think it's stupid. That's when kids be proposing when they asking somebody to go to prom with them, but they make like a big deal out of it, like it's like a marriage proposal. It's really weird. Yeah, Jews always prayed for the dead. Yeah, that I knew. That I did know. I knew that. Yeah, I knew that already. So you believe in the communion of saints. I believe that those who die in friendship with God are alive and are our family. That's what the but that's what the saints are, right? Oh, that's probably why you said you believe in the communion of saints. It sounds like a war or an attack. No, it doesn't. I think because you don't seem like the average kid, honestly. Nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that in the slightest. But I think that's why you're processing the word the way you're processing it. Because like I just told you, as an adult, seeing kids do that now and be like, I'm doing a promposal and stuff, it just seems really stupid. And I think your brain is kind of processing it how like our brains would process that word, except you're hearing it as like you're calling it an attack or something. But that's not what it is. I'm going to prompost to our enemies at 0500. All right, Tech Boy, go to bed. Go to bed. You have school in the morning. This is a school night for you. You need to go to bed, young man. Nikki says, we are eternal. They are the body of Christ, and they are alive. Some are in purgatory, bring perfected bound to heaven, and others are already in heaven, and they can all pray for us. So wait. Let me break this down. Bring perfected bound to heaven, and others are already in heaven, and they can all pray for us. I don't know. You just went above my pay grade, so I don't know. It doesn't sound wrong at all, but... And Nikki gave me the breakdown for dummies. Thank you. We are all family saying. That I agree with. Okay, that I agree with, and I believe in that. John said the 7 extra books are in the Septuagint used in the time of Christ. We didn't just make them up. No, I know. That's what I was saying. Because I was saying I don't understand the closed-mindedness of some Protestants. That's what I don't understand. Because they the ones that removed it anyways. They removed it. That's why we got 66 in our version of things. But I don't understand the closed-mindedness. Like, it's there. Like, the books are there. So if you truly believe the 66 are canon and you're like, those 7 aren't canon, it's like, well, don't you just want to read it anyways if you truly believe it's not canon? Don't you just want to know what the Catholics know and the Orthodox know and all that? And they're just like, nope, because they're wrong. It's like, but how do you know? You didn't read anything. You didn't read any of it. You just think the extra books are just wrong. I don't know. Like I said, I've always wanted to read everything. We pray for those who are the church suffering, aka in purgatory. We pray for them. They will make it to heaven. So is purgatory just like Sheol for y'all? Is that what that is? Is that just like once you die, that's just where you wait until like New Jerusalem or Heaven is Built, whatever. I don't know what y'all call it, because now I'm looking at like different versions where I'm just like, see, I don't even know if what's in my version is canon at all. I don't even know if that's canon at this point. So we are the church militant here on earth. Oh, is that what Jorge was talking about? Because Jorge said church militant, church in suffering, and church triumphant. And the church triumphant is in heaven. So you got the militant here on earth who's doing the Lord. What would be the best way to say this? us praying and doing like God's work the best that we can in these human bodies and praying and stuff. That's church militant, right? And then you said the church triumphant is heaven. That's the people that move on and hit that spot. And you said that they are also praying for us down here, just like we pray for them as well. I'm just trying to make sure I understand correctly. Kel said, love and respect for your desire to learn. Look, that's probably why I've gotten as far as I did in a short amount of time, because I've been reading and watching a lot, and I still feel like I don't know enough. I'm gonna be real with you. I still feel like I know like this much, which I technically do. So purgatory removes your attachments and connections to venial sins from earth. Oh, Nikki, while you're here, that's what I read that thing, and it was in that Church Sunday video, because you had mentioned it in the live chat when the video premiered. When I was talking about the mortal sins versus venial sins, now obviously I didn't do a deep dive, so I was kind of just reading from a website. And whatever I read, you said something was off with whatever I read. Or maybe I comprehended wrong, because I could have also comprehended this wrong. So this says a mortal sin cannot be committed accidentally. It says willful or pretended ignorance of divine law does not excuse us and may in fact compound our guilt. So a mortal sin requires 3 conditions. And then these were the 3 conditions that I read. And then it said if any of these requirements is not met, then the sin is considered a venial sin. And it says the sinner's relationship with God and the charity within his or her heart is weakened by venial sin, but is not severed. So this makes it sound like venial sin, you can come back from that, but it doesn't sound like you can come back from mortal sin. But it sounded like in your comment that you could you still have to repent from mortal sin, unless I just understood whatever I was reading wrong, because I was also cooking when I saw you and Tech Boy was in there while it was live, and I could have just misunderstood because I was cooking. That's why I wasn't in there with you guys. You said purgatory purges us with his grace to free us from our connections to our venial sin, and mortal sin breaks our friendship with God. Okay, so you can't come back. So yeah, because it says mortal sin results in the loss of sanctifying grace and thus requires recourse to the sacrament of penance and reconciliation before any... Oh, okay. I missed this part. So I didn't read this part then. Okay. So you can repent from mortal sin. So venial sins district our souls, but God still needs to purge us of our attachment to Venusian sins? What's a Venusian? Is that still a venial sin? Hold on. Unless we repent for mortal stupidity through the sacrament of reconciliation. Okay. Oh, so when you said you do have to repent for that, so that is what this is saying then. I skipped this in that video though, because I saw this and I was like, it sounds like you can't come back from that. But according to this, you can come back if you it does sound like you can come back from this if you go through this process. And then down here it says, nevertheless, the church recommends frequent confession of venial sins to receive the sacramental grace that gives us the strength to overcome imperfections and habitual venial sins. So it is important to bear in mind that venial sins can easily lead to mortal sin unless they are held in check. So, okay. So Eucharist purges us from venison sins, and then we repent, it's fine. So that's basically what this is saying. We can die in our mortal sins, but if we die in them, it's kind of a wrap. Because it says this results in the loss of sanctifying grace. So when we were talking about can you lose, what we're talking about, when you lose your salvation, this would be a way of losing that, correct? Oh, you told me 1 Corinthians. I got you. 6 and then 9 to 10. Oh, we looked this up before. It looked like we looked this up before. Probably. Oh yeah, I've read this before. I've actually read this on my own before. And we've actually read it a few times on here. Yeah, because we did talk about this before. Because the one person for one of my Christian groups came in here and we pulled this verse up to them. Because they said you can't lose your salvation. And we were like, yes, you can. And I had learned that from you guys. Because not only did y'all tell me in here, we did do a whole breakdown on here. Because that's when we were watching the gay pastor episodes together. And I was telling you guys how the one YouTuber I watched said that gay pastor was still going to be saved and go to heaven. And I was like, no, he's not. He definitely broke a bunch of stuff in the Bible. And then I couldn't remember the verse. And then we brought this up because I have read this before. And y'all was like, oh, it's this. So we did. We talked about all this before. We did talk about this. We never did a deep breakdown to my understanding of the mortal and venial sin part. That's what I was confused on because we didn't have a talk about that. We didn't have a talk about that at all. But we did have a talk about this. So we did do a full breakdown on how you can lose salvation and stuff. We just never talked about this. Got y'all. I got y'all. Sang needs to compare her Bible translation with the I'm about to butcher this whole name. Douay Rheims, which is sort of like the Catholic answer to KJV. All right, hold on. Just so I can also have this here, I'm about to write this down. RHEI. And this is Catholic answer. Okay. That's fine. We could look all this up right now. We could look all this up right now, which is cool. Oh, so this is a Catholic Bible. Okay, I got you. And then y'all have 1 Corinthians 6. Oh, it's the same breakdown. Am I supposed to click this or something? Whoa, what did I do? Whoa, what did I done got whole like URLs. I got links. I don't know what I did. This is how, oh, I missed a lot of whatever y'all said. God forgives all sins. He works through the priest. God can't forgive a sin if you don't actively seek him out. Facts. Okay, that's a very clear breakdown. So gotta confess your sins to someone else. The priest is what is given as our ordinary means to forgive sins. And then John said the Haydock version is the Douay Rheims plus commentary from the ancient church fathers. So there's a Haydock version. I got you. Let me write that down. So a priest is always best. Yeah, KO. So it's like if you walk away from God, lose faith, and fall into despair. That's really all what this sounds like. So a priest has the apostolic laying on of hand to forgive sin through Jesus Christ. I encourage all of you to seek out a good spiritual director. He said, unless you too proud to confess to a priest. So I have a question. When you confess sins, because I feel like everything is basically a sin of some nature. Like, what would be an example if you were to go to the booth? Obviously, nothing crazy. You're not going to sit there and be like, I killed my neighbor. I need to confess this sin. Right? What would even be something to confess if I was to, like, I don't know if you confess every day or not, but let's just say every Sunday before church, you'd be like, I got to do my confession or whatever, however works. What would be like an example of what you're confessing as a sin, right? Would it be like, oh, I got drunk at a house party? Would that be like a sin? Would it be like, I was too prideful about this moment or something? Like, what would it be? Also, if it is your first time in the Catholic Church, do they just give you the breakdown on all that? Because I feel like some of y'all probably just like, yeah, we got this in Catholic 101. Don't worry. I got you. We'll break it down. The venial sin. Okay. So you say it would be mortal sins first, then venial sins. So the master stump, I stole like a peanut. So Pope Francis confesses every week, but a confession can be done once a month. Ooh, I feel like you gotta like write that down if you do it once a month. So the obligation of confession is for mortal sins committed after baptism. All right, so I'm not baptized yet. I do plan to get baptized. So I guess this is the next question. Say I became Catholic tomorrow. Do I still have to even confess sins at that point if I'm not baptized, or do I need to wait until I'm baptized? I feel like that's a good question. I've been to one Catholic funeral. I think I've been to one too. I think it was Catholic. I'm not 100% sure. Because they didn't do anything like the traditional way at all. So maybe not. Maybe not. So it says mortal sins first. It would be type and kind. So like masturbation, stealing, lying, and venial sins too. So also I do got to get the baptism first before doing all this. Okay. All right. That's why I don't understand none of this, right? So you do baptism first, then confession, then first communion. Okay. And then Jorge says, talk to an RCIA instructor. They are great at this. Now, don't you have to, now I know in my example, I was like, what if I became Catholic tomorrow? Don't you have to, if you decide to walk that path, isn't it like a year process? You have to like learn for like a whole year or something? Because what you said was RCIA. Don't they have you take like a class or something while also attending the church? And then from there, they baptize you or something at the church? Either way, I don't 100% know how it works, but I am asking the questions. Regardless, I endorse the baptism. Yeah, I endorse that too. Because I was already planning on getting baptized, and I'm not even Catholic. So I was planning that. I want mine to be in the Jordan River though. We gonna see what happens with that. But I still want to do it. Talk to your priest. Each person is different. Yeah, you're doing yours in 3 months. You say usually it's 9 months. Okay. Okay. That'd be something I gotta figure out then. If I go down that path. I'm probably gonna go down that path. Just like all the stuff I learned so far and still trying to learn the history. If y'all the OGs, then like what am I learning missing condensed versions for? I need to learn all of it. Baptism is required. Do it by a priest, please. Bet. Now here's another question. If I get baptized first in the Jordan River, and then I'd be like, you know what, I do want to be Catholic, and then I go through the whole process, and do I got to get re-baptized by them? How does that work? Oh, you were baptized in a river as a small child? That sounds kind of cool. I know churches nowadays, they just have like the tub in the church and they be dipping you. The church I go to, I saw him do it to somebody. And that's literally what it was. It was like a tub or something in there. And he went through the process, dipped the guy, brought him up, and then that was it. We are born again by spirit and by water. Yeah, I read that. I know that. That's in the Bible. Meditate on the baptism of Jesus and then meditate deeply. Oh, you only require one baptism. It's only once? Okay. I'm about to say, I'm not trying to get baptized twice. I'm not trying to have one cancel out the other. It's like, I'm not trying to have one cancel out the other. That's probably not even how it works. But that's just how my brain is like goofily working right now. Small country church growing up. That sounds cool. At least you was actually outside in some water instead of just like inside in a tub. Now, when y'all do it in Catholic church, they be dipping y'all in the holy water. Because if they do, that little bottle I have, I'm going to straight up go to the nearest Catholic church and be like, I need this small swimming pool filled, please. And then I'm going to need you to dip me on in it. Yeah, you're not born again until you're baptized. Yeah. I know. I got that. So my study Bible, I remember when I first read that in there, right? The study part, it basically said when it came to being born again by water and spirit, it was like, oh, they're talking about the water in like your mother's womb, so you were already born in water when you came out your mom. And I was like, that sounds weird. And then somebody in one of my groups was like, no, you're supposed to get baptized. So I Googled it. That's all I did. I Googled it. And the breakdown from Google basically said like, yeah, you have to get baptized. You're born again. It's by the spirit and by water, by you being baptized in the water. And I was like, that makes way more sense, because if we all just born by the water coming out of our mom, then that means we all then had the that version of baptism that they was talking about. And I was like, that don't even sound correct. That sounded off. But see, I'm glad I Googled it and didn't just take it for face value. But like I said, I'm also open-minded. So yeah, that's born into original sin through your mom. Yeah, because the more I started reading the Bible and I started like taking everything in, and it says you are born, your flesh, you're born into sin. I'm like, that makes way more sense once I start reading more into all that. But yeah, I don't know what this study Bible was talking about. Gonna make me pay $60 and be wrong about some stuff. You gotta be born anew by the sacrament of baptism. Yeah. Now that is one thing I do agree with y'all, because I don't know what that study Bible was talking about. I was like, you tripping. You big tripping. Because if like I said, if we all came out of our moms like that, then what would be the actual point of being baptized if everybody was baptized through their mom? That didn't make any sense to me when I read that the first time. All right, what time is it? It's 11:14. Wow, I didn't even realize it was that late. Let's watch one more video and then get up out of here for the night. I have a video for Ministry of Word. Actually, let me see if anything else is up right now. Just to see, because it could be a better video, and then we can end on a better note than what I have pulled up. Eddie George, no. Let's see what's good to watch on the YouTubes. My homepage is so wild. I have like so much mixed up crap on here. I'm probably gonna have to retrain my algorithm. I don't know how I'm about to do that, but I'm gonna have to retrain my algorithm. You said door, yeah. I might just go ahead and play the video because I don't really see anything else. Like at all. Yeah, we'll just play the video. So yeah, it's from Door. It's titled Preacher Attempts a Citizen Arrest. I just thought the title, because that sounds crazy. So I thought because it sounded so crazy, you know, why not watch it?
This video is about 2 years old. I didn't post it right away because I wasn't comfortable with it. I don't believe in self-defense when it comes to preaching the gospel on the streets. I believe that you should try to avoid physical confrontation.
And rebaptism is an option. That makes sense, because I know people that will get baptized as a what the heck? I know people that will get baptized as a child, and obviously then they go through stuff as they become an adult, and then from there, then once they decide to give their life over to Christ as an adult, they'll get baptized again. So I can see that happening. Lord help Door, please Lord humble him. What happened? I haven't watched his videos in a minute.
At all costs. However, in this particular video, it was unavoidable.
You said there's no need though. They probably do it more for like, if that's the case, if there's no need, they probably do it more so for the fact that they actually want to do better this time. So it's probably more a symbol for them than anything else. Baptism is an eternal sacrament. Okay. I didn't know that. When I used to see people doing that, I'd be like, they probably because they want to be right with God now. That's probably why they do it. But see, I be learning stuff every day with y'all.
This guy just wouldn't leave. And then after he wouldn't leave, he kept trying to physically assault us and physically destroy my stuff or our stuff. And so I decided to try to citizen arrest him. And so that's what you're going to see in this video. So I just thought I would preface that because I don't want people to think that all of a sudden I believe in lashing out at people. I do not. But I don't believe in this particular instance there was any other choice. It was rather that or let him just beat up and destroy our stuff. And that's not going to happen.
Well, it's very loud.
Yeah, but you got a bike. You just keep going. Why are you going to unplug my stuff?
No.
But why are you doing that?
There is a bylaw.
No, there's no bylaw.
There is a bylaw.
Just leave okay, well, I'm sorry. Do you have a badge or something? Let me see your badge, bylaw officer.
No. I'm going to apply that myself. That's it.
No, you're not. You're not going to touch my stuff again. That's.
So before this gets drama, because this is about to be straight drama, Jorge says, we profess one baptism, it's in the creed. And then Nikki said there's absolutely no need to rebaptize. So what they need is the rite of confession at that point. Okay. See, they probably don't know that though, because once again, y'all going from things of the OG side of things. Protestants don't know. They probably just like, oh, I got baptized as a kid, I messed up, and now I'm an adult that wants to do better. Let me re-get baptized and start acting right. That's probably what they're thinking, because that's what when I saw them doing all that stuff, I thought that's what you were supposed to do. Now, obviously, y'all know better than me, so if y'all saying that's not even what you were supposed to be doing, they didn't know. They didn't know. They Protestants. They didn't know. They didn't know. No, she meant to write baptized. I think that's just the autocorrect going.
For sure.
Man, sir, you can't do that. No, what you can't do. No, you can't touch his property. That's his personal property. Back a bit.
Okay, so I have the right to. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you. I'll tell you right now. Lord, help this guy so he doesn't get hurt, and let him just go on about his business. We rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ.
Just leave the man alone.
Satan, come out of this man right now in the name of Jesus Christ. You dirty, evil, foul spirit. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. Come out of this man right now. In Jesus.
So they just need to go to confession is all. Okay. See, so the next time I know somebody that be like, I'm going to get my life together again and do this, I could just be like, hey, you don't need to do that again. You just got to go to confession.
In Jesus' name. In Jesus' name. Come out of this man right now. Come out of this man. Satan, come out of this man right now. Come out of this man right now. Come out of this man right now. Right now. In Jesus' name. In Jesus' name. Look at that. I love you, bro. I love you, bro. I love you, bro. I love you. I love you,
man.
Love you, man. Hope you have a great day. God
bless you, sir.
God bless you, sir. God bless you, sir.
You don't have to stick around if you don't want to, man.
No, don't touch my stuff. If you touch my stuff, you're gonna fall. You're gonna hit me. Yeah, if you touch don't touch my stuff.
What led to this moment?
Hey, get him on camera. Get him on camera so everybody knows I'm not being involved. Don't touch my stuff. I just don't want you to touch my stuff.
Whoa. Hey, you pull yourself to the ground. Man, stop acting like a kid.
What's wrong with this guy? Why you fall to the ground?
Stop acting like a kid, man.
Yeah, bro, grow up.
Hey. Oh. Stop acting like a kid, man.
I'm with you.
Can you come to police?
I am with you.
Can you come to police? Are you with him to harass people on the street? Are you with him to harass people on the street?
Keep preaching.
Hallelujah. 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 Jesus Christ is Lord. Lord over all creation. Sovereign God.
You're not stronger than
over all creation.
You're weak, bro. You're not stronger than me. Like, stop, bro.
Jesus Christ was killed. If you want to remember that,
Steve, grab the camera again.
Was killed.
Buddy, that's the only thing you need. Okay, now you're going to jail. You're going to jail. You're going to jail. He's not. Right? Hey,
this is a citizen's arrest.
Get off him.
This is a citizen's arrest.
Can you move?
This is a citizen's arrest. Call the police. Call the police. No, matter of fact, stay on the camera. Stay on the camera. Stay on the camera.
I'm not going anywhere. You're going to jail. And you're going to jail.
Go away, sir. Go away. Sir, go away. Sir,
leave him alone.
Sir, go away.
Citizen arrest.
Go away. Take him to jail, man. You don't hit somebody like that.
Sir, go away.
You don't hit people like that.
Go away, sir.
Go away.
Don't hit somebody like that.
Go away, sir.
Don't hit anybody like that, man.
You gotta go away, sir. I'm not gonna let you touch my stuff. Go away. Go.
Just take your bicycle and leave.
Go, sir. Don't touch my stuff.
It's okay.
It makes me wonder what led to all of this to begin with, because you have other people out there that are kind of like trying to hold him down with Dora, and they're just like, hey, you don't do that to people. I can't believe you did that. And then she's hitting Dora. So it's like, what happened for any of this to even be a thing? This is crazy. John says, Scripture speaks of one faith, one Lord, one baptism. And it says the church rejected rebaptism where she considers the first baptism valid. Okay. Jorge said, ora pro nobis. I don't know what that means, Jorge. I don't know what that means. Nikki says, as long as we're baptized in the Trinitarian formula, God honor it and no further baptism is required. And K.L. says, I've never been to confession before. I have no clue. I was taught ask God and pray and God forgives you. That's what I was taught too, but it seems like we were taught on the Protestant side of things, so there's a lot of stuff that we just don't know, and it's not really our fault. That's just how like we were raised and taught, so we don't know. We don't know.
Take your bicycle and leave. Take your bicycle and leave, sir. Just take your bicycle and leave. You're looking for trouble. I mean, this is not a fascist country. This is what you do if this is a fascist nation, but this is a free country. You can walk. No, they will arrest you. The police are here. You guys like to beat up people. You guys like to
destroy my watch.
Journalists and all those people. We're not going to be bullied by you. It's a free nation. If you don't like what you hear,
God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whoever believes.
Says the scripture gives no instance of the apostles rebaptizing someone baptized in the name of the Trinity. Yeah, what I have read so far, I've never read a story where they rebaptized anyone. So that does make sense. So that's just a man thing. We was just taught all wrong. Nikki said Dora's in the wrong here as well. Yeah, I feel like there was just a better way to go about this. I don't know what sparked this though, because whoever else was talking, holding him down, said he hit Dora at some point. I don't know what led to this. And I kind of wish Dora would have put the whole video up instead of just this one clip. So we can kind of like see what happens, you know? The apostles were given the gift to forgive sins, and it's passed down to their successors, which are the bishops and priests. So yeah, we do not rebaptize. And were you forced to learn Darwin and the evolution theory in public education? Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah. I don't know why, but you know, I guess they had to fill the time up with something, because school ain't nothing but a big babysitter. I'm like so big on homeschooling your kids if you're able to, because when I tell y'all I should have graduated early and they would not let me because of the small school I was in didn't allow me to leave early on any fronts. So you know what my last year was? Every period, so I had some called Cisco, which teaches you like IT, because I just needed to do something. I was bored. That was like my first 2 or 3 periods was just that one class. The rest of my day was study hall and lunch. Why was I there? And I didn't even need Cisco to graduate. It's just I didn't want a full day of study hall and lunch. Because that's literally what my schedule was about to be. I was getting up early to go to school to do nothing. School's a joke, if you ask me. School is a huge joke. Religion and science go hand in hand. So I learned, and you can tell me if I'm wrong or not, I learned that the most earliest scientists were Christian, and they used the Bible to prove a lot of things with science. Until at some point you got people that just didn't believe in the Bible, and then they, you know, went on their own path with science from there. But they said the earliest scientists were actually Christian. Yes, okay. So I did learn that correctly then. Okay. I'm telling you, we got the messed up stuff from the people. And you notice, even when it comes down to Neil deGrasse Tyson, which I actually like him. Like, I like a lot of his stuff. But then when you listen to him talk sometimes, because he's not religious, the guy he was a successor off of, he wasn't religious either. When you listen to a lot of their theories and things they come up with, they don't use the Bible for like any of that. Because they're all atheists. So they just come up with all these theories and stuff, and it's like, well, where did you get that idea from? How do you think that happened? Why does that make sense to you? Because when you listen to the Big Bang Theory, that never made sense. It's like, oh, everything was created from nothing? Where did that nothingness come from? Where did that start? I hear you whining. I'm almost done. Stop yelling at me. He said my biology teacher was also Christian. It was awkward. So I said he. So they were Christian, but they still had to like teach obviously what the school wants you to teach. That is awkward. Yeah, Dora walks in his Protestant pride, and God bless him. He misunderstands the Catholic religion, and this is the main problem for Dora, David, Love, Kingdom Enterprise, Torch of Christ. Yeah, it's funny. When I first started on my journey, I loved like watching their videos a lot. Like I really did. I don't watch them that much nowadays. Like I still might pop in, but one thing I did pick up on, Cleveland Street Preacher, yeah, him too. One thing I picked up on that a lot of them say when they're out street preaching is if anybody walking by, right? You'll have that one angry person that just doesn't care for them preaching the word. And they'll be like, I hate you because the Catholic Church is evil. And then immediately one of them will be like, first off, we're not with the Catholic Church and we rebuke them too. They are evil. And you're just like, huh? What? What did you just say? I noticed that a lot. I noticed that a lot in their videos. So, yeah. Yeah, they all hate Catholicism. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they really do. You said the Big Bang is the greatest example of God's work. Well, the way they teach it, it's like a bunch of gases just appeared out of nowhere and ba-boom. But the way we know it, we know that's not what happened. Yeah, so now teachers are repeating cycle and messing up youth. Yeah. Yeah, the indoctrination in schools now is like way worse than when I was a kid. Because don't get me wrong, it was there. It was definitely there when I was a kid. But it's like way worse now. He said the apostles ordained with imposition of hands and prayer. For example, the ordination of Paul and Barnabas in Acts. I haven't read Acts yet. I'm gonna be honest with you. So I have no idea. And then Nikki said, without exception, tear down the Catholic Church. Oh, because you kept writing that they all hate Catholicism, without exception, tear down the Catholic Church. Yeah, every street preacher, because I rarely watch their stuff now, because I used to, like, daily, I'd be going through their stuff while watching a bunch of other videos. There's, like, a lot of things I don't watch anymore that I was watching at the beginning of my journey, which is kind of crazy, because we 6 months in. Wait, we're 6 months in, right? October, November, December, January. Yeah, we're 6 months in. So, yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Believes in them will not perish, but have everlasting life. God did not send his son into the world to condemn the world, but that through Jesus Christ, the world might be saved. This guy is a primary example of why we need Christ. We're just preaching God. We're preaching Jesus, and this guy comes in and he attacks me. He tries to fight me. I am a pacifist. I don't believe in violence. I don't believe in fighting. I don't even believe in self-defense, but I believe in making sure I don't get hurt. This guy, if I would have let him, he would have destroyed my stuff. He would have beat me up. He would have destroyed everything. And now he still refuses to refuses to leave. All I want to do is preach the gospel. I love this guy. If anybody knows me, you know that I love everybody, even violent people. This is not the most violent guy I've ever met.
Full of demons, sir.
We do this every day. I've been a minister of the gospel for 5 years, and this is nothing new. What this is just a manifestation of someone's heart. You're hurt, sir, and God loves you, sir. That's all. You're just hurt. It has nothing to do with me. The Bible says that he doesn't hate me. He hates Jesus. He doesn't care about me. He hates the fact that I'm preaching Jesus as Lord. He hates the fact that he's probably in sin and he needs to repent. And so he's getting mad at me. But don't get mad at me. You should get mad at Jesus, sir. He loves you and he died for your sins, sir. He loves you.
That's okay. It's not your property, sir.
He loves you.
It's not your property.
Sir, he loves you. Why are you so angry?
In the name of Jesus Christ.
Why are you so angry, sir? He loves you. He loves you, sir. You just need to repent. You need to repent and get right with God, sir. This is not godly behavior.
So Nikki says, Ray Comfort, Todd Friel, Frank, I thought you was about to write Frank Turek at first. I was about to be like, no, not Frank Turek. David Lynn, Door Love, Kingdom Enterprise, all anti-Catholic. I swear, if Frank Turkey is really Turk, I'm gonna be so sad. I actually like his content though. Cause he does apologetics, so I like his content a lot.
This is not Canadian behavior. This is not civil behavior. This is not mature behavior. This is not grown-up behavior. I come against that evil spirit in this man right now. We rebuke any demon and wicked spirit in that man in the name of Christ Jesus. In the name of Christ Jesus. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. It's funny. This guy came in, punched me, threw coke on me, and then said he's calling the...
I was really hoping it was a dude named Frank Turkey just so you wouldn't write Frank Turek. And you're just like, no, Frank Turek just did a YouTube on how Catholicism has it wrong. He did? Don't say that, Nikki. Don't say that. I like Frank Turek. That's my guy right there. That's my guy. actually still watch his videos a lot. Oh, he does. It says Protestants versus Catholics. Is grace enough? Ah, it's from yesterday. Nah, it's me flipping a table. Just why? He misunderstands Catholicism. I respect Frank Turek so much. I've read all his books. To be fair, if he's Protestant, that's just a Protestant thing. When it comes to Catholics, they're very close. Like I said earlier, they're very close-minded. Won't even read the 7 books, which is crazy. He does apologetics, right? Why wouldn't you read it? Why wouldn't you read it? Because once you do apologetics, you gotta read everything. I don't ever plan on practicing Islam, but I gotta read the Quran at some point. That's just, I kind of have to if I want to know the apologetic side of everything, right? With Judaism, like what was it? The Torah, the Talmud, all that. I gotta read all that, right? I kind of just have to. That doesn't change the fact that I'm not gonna be Christian at the end of the day. It's just I need to know what's being said in these books as well. So when somebody says, "Let me tell you why this is better because in here it says X, Y, Z," I could be like, "Actually, that means blah 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 blah," and let me break that down to you. I don't know. Everybody not open-minded, I guess. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. Street preachers think they are the only authority. I will agree with you. Some of them do think that, which is kind of crazy. You said they probably been fighting with themselves. But he gives his opinion, but it's not based on research. Frank is so awesome. But yeah, if you got a presupposition, you're going to be blinding yourself to your own bias. That's facts. That is facts. Yeah. I still like his videos though, but I guess I gotta watch this one. It's only 2 minutes. We can actually watch it now before I end the stream. I ain't even gonna go back to that door video because it looked like he was just, him and that dude was just fighting and arguing for no reason. But this is very short, so we can do this real quick. We can do this real quick.
Difference between Protestants and Roman Catholics is Protestants are saying justification happens instantly, it's done. Catholics are saying no, it's part of the sanctification process.
So in the Catholic sense, faith plus works, the sacraments, believing that helps obtain and sustain salvation, and the Protestant idea of faith alone by the power of God.
I think the Protestant view is correct, and I think what's going on in Catholicism is
Here's also another thing where the kid, I don't know if the kid's Catholic or not, but what he said, he was like, this is what Catholics believe, and Protestants usually believe like faith is all you need. Which that didn't make sense to me either, because I'm like, it says right in the Bible that faith without works is dead. Faith without works. So I don't know where that whole thing came from, where it's like you only need faith in Jesus and you'd have made it. Because they say that in those Christian groups that I'm in too, that's like preached in there. And that's always confused me, because I'm like, you have Bible verses that says otherwise. I don't know. Frank grew up Catholic doesn't make him an expert in what the Catholic Church actually teaches. That's true, because I know some people that grew up in churches and they don't understand the Bible at all. So he could have been one of those kids and then took it more seriously as an adult, so he really don't remember, what he learned growing up. Saying advice, reading is okay. Recognizing the presence of God's influence in your life, that's learning. Yeah, that is. James 2:24. All right, let's pop into that real quick. Oh no, James 2. All right. This always happens. Boom. Here we go. And then 24 says, ye see then how that by works a man is justified, and not by faith only. Facts. Facts. I don't understand. You have all these verses, and it's just kind of like, no, you just need faith. It's like, no, there's like some works in there too. And then one person I watch, because I think he's taking it too literally. Because he'll be like, okay, if it's works-based, how many works I gotta do to get saved? It's like, bro, that's not, there's no number attached. He keeps thinking like there has to be a number attached to it, and that's why he doesn't believe it. And it's like, bro, that's not how any of that works. Can you imagine the Bible was like, yeah, faith without works is dead. And with that said, you need to do about 5,000 works before you get up off this earth. It's like, that's not what that means. Like, he thinks a number has to literally be attached to that, which I don't get. Yeah, this kind of street preaching is unbiblical, yeah. Yeah, be doers of the word and not just heeding. So Jorge said visiting prisoners and providing clothes for those who don't have clothes. Yeah, those are works. I don't know why he thought like a number had to be attached to that. It's like, bro, just doing good deeds, like being on top of having your faith, like that's all it is.
They are compressing or conflating justification and sanctification. That's what they're doing. It's, justification happens instantly when you believe. You're saved. You repent, you believe, you're saved. Sanctification is the process of becoming more and more like Christ, and that's a long-term process over your life. You could put it this way. It took one day to get Israel out of Egypt. That's justification. It took 40 years to get Egypt out of Israel. That's sanctification. That takes a long process, and I think the difference between Protestants and Roman Catholics is Protestants are saying justification happens instantly, it's done. Catholics are saying, no, it's part of the sanctification process. That's why you got to get these sacraments and you got to go through all this to ultimately get there.
In the sense of, I'm not going to limit it to just Catholics, but someone who would believe faith plus works of some sort of their own would save them. Would you say that constitutes saving faith for that person?
As long as grace is in there, as long as they believe they are saved by grace, they can't be saved apart from Christ's saving work, right? They can't. Now, I'd be worried about adding that to it because I know how people are saved. But if they understand that Christ's salvation or Christ's work is really what saves them, then they're saved. If they're adding other things to that, if they're confused about theology, in that regard, but they know that Christ is their Savior, I think they're still saved, right? Obviously, you don't need to do good works to be saved. The thief on the cross didn't do it. The thief on the cross wasn't part of a denomination. He never went to a club, never went to a meeting, never read a Bible, never was baptized, never got any of the sacraments, and yet he's in paradise. How can that be?
So this is crazy. This is another argument they use. I've heard this a lot. So they'll be like, the thief on the cross never produced works, right? Basically, because it was two thieves. Remember, you had Jesus, and then you had the thief on one side that like apologized. It was like, he said his piece, and Jesus was like, don't worry, I got you. Like, you're going to be in heaven with me. The other thief was just like, man, you tripping, I don't believe in none of that. And we know where he went, or he's going to go, ultimately, right? So, because they showcase that in the Passion. But they'll use that a lot and be like, oh, you don't have to produce works or anything. Look at the thief on the cross. And it's like, that's a completely different scenario. Like, Jesus saw, like, he was sincere. He saw what was on that man's heart. That's completely different. And he promised him before they both left up out of here, right? Like, he was going to save him. That can't be true for, like, everybody. That can't be true for everybody. I can't do whatever I want and then on my deathbed I'll just be like, you know what? My bad. I'm sorry. I do believe. Like, it's like, yo, that thief got lucky he was next to Jesus. Let's just say that. So you said Trent Horn has debunked soulified over and over. Works perfect us. Yeah, that's how I view it. That's how I view it too, with everything that I've read. So in other words, Mr. Preacher, if you saw a hungry man, you would not feed him. You said Protestants reverse sanctification and justifications. And you said a profession of faith is a work in and of itself. Saint Demas. And then Jorge says Saint Dismas performed a work on that cross. Was that the thief? Is that who y'all talking about? I told you I don't know the saints. I'm gonna be real with you. I just learned today Saint Valentine was like a saint, so, and we learned the history together. So I don't know if that's a saint or not. I don't know.
Because he's saved by the grace that Christ has provided by being punished in his place. So I would say,
okay.
Don't
That
add to that.
Okay.
But if you do, can you still be saved? I hope so. Seems so.
Yeah, they don't understand that. They don't understand that at all. So, but all right. It is getting. It's about to be midnight. Dang, it's about to be midnight. We gotta get up out of here. We gotta get some sleep. All right, I'm gonna call it a night. This has been a great stream. We've learned a lot. I've learned a lot. I'll say that. I've learned a lot, and I enjoy learning from you guys. That's all, bro. I bring you back here because you beat on my door. You beat on my door and you're attacking me? What is this? It's Valentine's Day. It's Valentine's Day. Dang. I'm almost out of here. Let me say bye. We're almost done. We are almost done, bro. Dang. He don't know no better. But yes, I'm about to get some sleep. I hope you guys, like I said at the beginning, I hope you all enjoyed your Valentine's Day. And I hope you have a wonderful day tomorrow. I hope y'all have wonderful Bible studies and church services tomorrow and Sunday, and a wonderful rest of the week. And we'll be back for another live stream next Monday. It's gonna be fun. You said Daytona is this Sunday. Ooh, well, I know what my friend about to do because he big in watching the races. So I already know what he's about to do. But yes, I will see you guys next time. Oh, and then if you don't see videos tomorrow, I have to go to my brother's studio and help him with a bunch of stuff. So if you don't see videos, that's why. It's not purposeful, I promise you. It's just me and him already got this planned. That's all. Yes, KF, love you guys. Learning more about your religions. Yeah. This is one, I feel like I learn something every stream. Like literally every stream I learn something. I love it. But with that being said, I'm going to get up out of here. Y'all have a wonderful night, and I'll see you next time.
Have you ever loved someone so much you thought you died? Hey. So much of yourself.
For all my people that missed my early karaoke performance, you get one now.
And I will give it to you. 'Cause you are my love. Do you ever dream of candy coated raindrops?
All right, I'm out of here. I'll see y'all.